Okay, we are now live. Welcome. If you want to start off with an introduction about yourself.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Blossom. I was in the chat earlier. I consider myself a progressive, and I wanted to come on here and talk with you a little bit about your support of MAGA and why that might be.
Well, I'll just start off with the basic things. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, 30 plus records in the stock market with 60% of Americans owning some forms of stocks or not. I'm a big advocate for the Iran war. I'm a big supporter of ICE and their mass deportations. I've lived in three different countries myself, so I know exactly what the immigration system is like for student visas or even work visas.
Mhm.
One of my close friends is an immigration attorney in America. Um, and yeah, I just like what I'm seeing overall. And obviously, I thought Trump was a way better option than Kamala Harris.
Okay, that makes sense. I am surprised by your support of the Iran war. I also have been an immigrant in a foreign country before, so maybe we can bond over that a little bit.
That's interesting. Where did you live?
I lived in Belgium, in west of London.
Nice. I lived in Spain. I lived in the country of Georgia, and I've also lived in the Balkans before.
Right on, right on.
So where do you want to start? You want to talk about immigration? Do you want to talk about social programs?
You seem pretty keen on the food stamps thing, so yeah, let's go into the food stamps thing.
So what do you know about Trump cutting off the or cutting back on the funding for the food stamps program?
So I'm aware that he's cut the funding for it. He's introduced a few more obstacles on the way in order for people to receive EBT benefits. Um, I think that's probably a bad idea. That's kind of the gist of it.
What have you heard about the obstacles, or what do you think is bad about the obstacles?
That's a great question. So what I've heard is that it requires more proof of identity and residency, more proof of income. And I think both of those things are trying to make it artificially harder for people to like prove those things about themselves and thus have less people reliant on food stamps. Well, less people receiving food stamps.
What what specifically is more what's wrong with requiring identification and that kind of stuff? Because that wasn't even really what I was going to touch on. I was more looking at the other requirements. But what's difficult about proving who you are? Everyone has a piece of mail with their name on it. Everyone can show where they live. It's relatively easy.
Well, we do have like a homeless population in America, and they would be prime beneficiaries of food stamps, I would think. And if they don't have a permanent address, then that's going to be really hard to prove.
That is a great point. I don't really know too much about this specific thing, but I'm going to go ahead and take a look because I'm curious and I don't want to say anything that would be
Yeah, of course,
wrong.
of course.
Okay, so it says you do not need a permanent residential address to get SNAP food stamps. Federal law explicitly states that being unhoused or lacking a fixed place to live cannot disqualify
Mhm.
someone from receiving benefits.
Okay, well, that's wonderful.
But as far as the other requirements, I'm a big guy as far as the reason we could cut our food stamps off. The reason I think it was a good
Mhm.
idea was because unless you're disabled, which is one of the things that can qualify you for basically ever if you're disabled and you can't work, or if you get COVID or some
Mhm.
kind of other sickness where you're not able to work, you're not going to have to meet these
Mhm.
qualifications. But you have to work at least after 3 months of receiving food stamps. You have to either work 20 hours a week, or you have to volunteer for 20 hours a week, or you have to go to some kind of job corp where you can get training to get a job, or they can help you find a job, or you have to go to vocational training school. You have to do something after 3 months of receiving food stamps if you're fully bodied and you can work. So I think that was a great qualification. I don't believe people should be able to receive food stamps indefinitely unless they're actually disabled or they're sick or there's some kind of underlying issue. Do you agree or do you disagree with that?
So I agree with the spirit of your argument. However, I think there are some inaccuracies in the reality of it.
Such
I
as,
think so. Let's say that you have a severe mental disability, you're a veteran, you have PTSD, flashbacks, everything like that. If you are not able to get documentation saying, yes, I am disabled, I cannot work jobs, if I hear loud noises, I think I'm back in something to that effect, right?
well,
Placing those roadblocks
go ahead.
is
Most,
is placing roadblocks in the way of letting those people get food stamps is going to decrease the chance that they are able to get food stamps, is going to increase the chance that they're not able to feed themselves, is the increasing the chance that we let a veteran die for no good reason.
well, veterans are highly diagnosed with PTSD. They get free VA health care and they get
Mhm.
multiple benefits that a lot of times can take care of them and take care of their basic needs. Obviously, it depends if they retired in the military or they just did their 4 years of service. But what I
Mhm.
can say is that they have access to VA treatments, and I know a couple people that are not disabled that I've speak to. I would not qualify them as disabled. They give excuses, like they say they get tired from working basically, and they think that's
Right.
a disability. So I don't think knowing those people were able to get the disability qualification, I don't think it's a very high threshold for anyone to meet. And not to mention, if veterans do have PTSD, then they should be
Mhm.
seeking treatment from the VA as it is. That should be something that they should absolutely get.
Right.
And if they're not getting that treatment, there's a possibility where they could be, harmful. Not in a lot of cases. It's not really too common, but
Right.
there has been instances before where PTSD has caused people to go into a mental breakdown and a mental snap. So I do think it's very
Absolutely.
important for them to get diagnosed and receive treatment. So this would
Yeah.
actually encourage them even more to get treatment or get diagnosed with their PTSD because they would also get the mental health and treatment that they deserve. And also, they would be able to
Mhm.
get the benefits from the government, which they also deserve. So I think, if anything, this would just encourage them even more to improve their situation. That's how I look at it
Okay.
overall. I think it's I agree with your, sentiment of the argument, but I think in reality it's going to be benefiting them a lot more and basically encouraging people to improve their life. Same thing with the restrictions and the cutoffs of the food stamps instead of just, you know, letting people live off of it for the rest of their life. It's gonna improve people's situations because it's gonna either allow them to go to these job programs or whatever they need to, and they can receive government assistance while they're trying to better their lives. But if they're doing nothing and doing drugs and trying to take advantage of the system, they get cut off, and that's pretty much my
Okay.
thoughts on it.
Okay. I think I see where you're coming from. I think we have a few disagreements on risk reward. I would say that the cutbacks here, like we used a veteran as an example. There are people with PTSD that are not veterans. There are people who were sexually abused as children.
Sure, they
There are
should
people
also
who
be
are
diagnosed.
refugees from other countries who were like maybe adopted by an American family, who were living overseas, a military family brought to America. They have nightmares about the war torn country that they lived in. I'm getting way too specific, but if they're unable to work due to their PTSD, they don't really have the same options. So I think that cutting back the ease of access to the program is creating cracks in the system that people are going to fall through. And when those people fall through, that's a real tragedy.
Once again, I'm going to go back to the example you gave. I would say that the original scenario can be used in almost any example that you're going to give. But if this person was
Mhm.
adopted, as soon as they came over to America, they should have received the mental help they need. They should, and then if they're too poor to afford health insurance, there's
Mhm.
government options out there. If they come from a poor family or if they're adopted by a poor family, there's government options out there. I'm not going to get into all the details of that, but there's definitely options out there now. And if they became an adult and they were still never diagnosed with PTSD, it's also possible for them to once again receive free, healthcare services and be diagnosed with
Mhm.
PTSD. It's encouraging them. It doesn't matter what scenario you're in. If a person has PTSD or a mental illness and they don't have it
Right.
diagnosed, they should take care of their diagnosis first because that's going to help their mental health and that's going to help them get into a better situation. And then after they get that handled, they can get the help from the government to get back on their feet that they need to get.
So I hear you, and I hear you say like I don't want to get into the details, and I think that's smart. Neither of us work at like a welfare office. We're not lawyers. We're not like experts on this topic necessarily, but I do think that like the details are kind of important because what we are
Sure.
clawing back is the access to those programs. And the more we claw back, the more we claw back from food stamps, the more we claw back from Medicare and Medicaid, the more we claw back from public health services, or like even nonprofits, like even like USAID, which is a whole nother conversation I don't want to get into. The
Well,
more
they could
we
get
do that,
Medicaid.
the
They could use
harder, the
Medicaid.
harder and harder it's going to be for them to get diagnosed. The harder it is to be for them to get treatment, to get a job, to get better, all of these things, they all kind of cascade from one another. And I think it's a cascading from, I don't want to say heartlessness, but that is kind of how it seems from the left.
You mean the right? Looking for the left, looking into the right. I get what you're saying. Anyway, let
Yeah.
me ask you a different question. Do you think these programs are abused? Do you really think 45 million Americans need food stamps? Or do you think that we have some of the highest after tax salaries in the world and people should not be relying on them as much as they are? Because I know one woman in the Discord, I'm not going to say her name out of respect for her because I don't want to, put people's information out there like that, but she's a
Mhm.
single parent and she hasn't been working. She's in her 20s or her early 20s and she doesn't want to work. She has no drive to work. But since Trump took this program away, she's been forced to work 20 hours a week and she's been complaining constantly about it. But in the end, I think that's going to improve her situation. Instead of spending her time getting high or getting drunk or anything like that, it's going to help build her character up and also build up, some money for her family and for her child. So obviously that's just
Sure.
anecdotal stories, but at the end of the day, I
So,
think the welfare system is definitely highly abused. I mean, I can start talking about court case after court case after court case. I can give more examples, and in the example I just gave, I believe she's abusing the welfare system because she doesn't want to work and she's complained about working 20 hours a week.
to be fair, we all complain about work at the end of the day. Um, so what exactly are you asking me? I feel like your
Do you
original
think
question
the
got
do you
lost somewhere.
I'll repeat my original question. Do you think the welfare benefits in the United States are abused at all? You think we should look for abuse and cut back on abuse or just let it run wild?
It's kind of a false dichotomy, I think. I think there's a lot more nuance than like, is there abuse of a system? Yes or no. There's always going to be abuse of every system. There will be individual cases where people are taking advantage of something that's not in the spirit of the program. However, I feel like cutting the program, cutting access to the program, cutting off your nose to spite your face. We are harming more people by reducing access to this program than we are helping people by reducing their reliance on it.
Well, I know plenty of people that have PTSD and other things that work all the time. I have some family members
For
that
sure.
had people break into their houses and do horrible things, and they work.
Yeah,
I mean, they have no
horrible.
problem working. And as far as like I said before, it's really helping people because if you're not going to mental therapy, if you're not getting the therapy help you need, and at the same time you want to get benefits from the government, you should probably work on your mental health because you're never going to improve your circumstances if you're just taking money from the government, not caring about your mental health, not caring about your life situation. It's really easy for Americans to become complacent. Really, anyone around the world to become complacent, especially if the government is taking care of everything. And I think there should be certain requirements for people to like. The government is basically trying to get people to move in the right direction instead of being reliant on it their entire lives. And I think that's
Right.
something that should be
So,
encouraged. In the past, we've encouraged things like mothers separating from the fathers and living different houses. I mean, a lot of circumstances, women can only get Section 8 if the mother and the father are separated. They get better benefits. And instead of encouraging more circumstances where, it's making stuff harder for the mother or making stuff harder for the individual, we should encourage basically pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. But I wouldn't even go that far to say that's really that what it is, because you're still
right.
getting help from the government. So you're still getting help in some way or another, but also you have to do some work to improve your circumstances. You can't just do nothing and receive government benefits. I don't think that's right for a 20-year-old that's perfectly healthy, that can work. I don't think that's right for them. Do you think it's okay for someone that's 20 years old, that's perfectly healthy, to be living off the government for eternity, for 5+ years?
Oh, I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, if they don't have any mental illnesses and they're perfectly healthy, do you think it's fine for someone to live off the government?
Such a loaded question. So, I have two things I want to say about this. One, not all like mental disorders look the same in every person, right? Things are
Yeah,
going to
I
look very,
understand.
very differently. And I am sorry to hear about your family members who have experienced trauma. And I also really want to say that I think the core problem with this argument is that it's pushing the weight of these cuts onto other programs that are also being cut. So if somebody needs help, like with mental illness, with any sort of psychological disorder or disability, they would typically go through like social workers. But education grants for social workers are being cut back by the Department of Education. And that kind of, again, it's a cascade of hate. It's a cascade of just
Well, now we're kind
hating
of pivoting
people.
it. Now we're kind of pivoting off the topic. I really would want to stand on that situation. If I can go back to the
Mhm.
scenario, we can jump to other topics, but I want to pin this
No,
down.
let's stay on this. Let's stay on this. I'm trying to point out that this is a larger scale issue.
Yeah, but anyone that's impoverished, if they want to get mental treatment, they can. They just need to get what is it called, Medicaid, if they're low income.
Right. Right. But again, those things have been cut back.
Yeah, we can get into the cuts of that as well, but I'm just going to return to my original question. Now, I know there's nuance, but mind you, say someone like me that was perfectly healthy, 20 something years old, um, good living conditions, good, all of this stuff, everything's great. Do you think someone like that should be able to live off the government? I gave you all the stuff, I gave you all the details, so it's either a yes or no question because I gave you all the nuance to the question. Do you
I
think
would say
someone
that
perfectly
somebody that
healthy should be able to live off the government for years and years?
I would say that not wanting to contribute to society in any way is a sign of some sort of mental disorder that would need to be treated.
Well, I just said they didn't have a mental illness. Just decided I don't want to work. There's plenty of people that just don't want to work. You probably wouldn't want to work
I
if you
would
could have everything that if you could have everything taken care of. You might not want to work, right? I mean, is that not fair? I don't think
I would
that's is that
absolutely
I
want
don't
to
think
work.
that's I don't think that's necessarily a mental illness. Well, if you could take a year or two off, or 6 months off, or 4 or 5 months off.
I would absolutely want to work even if I didn't have to worry about money. Like, I don't think that's an uncommon position.
Well, okay, so you refuse to answer the question, then you say that's a sign of mental illness.
I would say if you have a reason that you do not want to work that you cannot articulate beyond just, I don't like it, it sucks, it's stupid, then, like, yeah, that sucks. You probably shouldn't be relying on government programs for assistance. You should be contributing to society.
Okay, that was the answer I was looking for. That was the answer I was looking
Okay.
for. Okay, now do you want
Okay.
to talk about another social program, or is there something specifically you want to talk about? Medicare?
Sure. Medicare works for me.
What do you know about the stuff with Medicare?
I believe healthcare is a human right, and I don't believe the Trump administration sees it that way. And I think that is pretty horrible thing.
But everyone that needs healthcare, if you break your arm, you can get treatment no matter what.
Right. But then you're
Even if
saddled with
I
medical debt for the rest of your life.
even if I grant you that, I don't personally believe healthcare is a right, but even if I grant you that premise, it doesn't change the
Mhm.
fact that you can still get healthcare no matter what.
Okay. So if somebody has cancer and they need treatment for it, they need chemo and they can't afford it, they are able to get chemo anyway.
I believe so. I mean, it's a federal law. The hospitals cannot turn you down for life threatening or any kind of treatment that they need. Now, I'm not saying you might end up in debt. You might end up in $100,000, $60,000, $200,000 debt, but you're going to receive life
Right.
changing, life saving treatment. So, if I grant you your premise that healthcare is a human right, we're giving people
Mhm.
healthcare. Now, some people won't get that cancer treatment because they don't want to go in debt or maybe they don't believe
Yeah.
in it, but they can still get it if they want to.
Right. So if somebody has a family, they're dying of cancer, then their choice is to either die or go into debt to hopefully save their life.
Yeah, they can
And
file
either
bankruptcy.
way, yeah. And that's a horrible thing to have to do, right?
It's very
Just to
simple
stay alive.
process.
What
I
do you
mean,
mean
not
by
really.
simple
I would
process?
do it. I mean, you can go to the bank and file for bankruptcy. It's not difficult at all. You sign a couple papers and you're done.
Right. Right. But it's something that you shouldn't have to do. You shouldn't have to like foreclose on your home. You shouldn't have to sell your car. You shouldn't have to put yourself like in a state to be exploited by debt collectors or anything like that in order to just receive basic health care.
Well, you won't be exploited by debt collectors. Once you file for bankruptcy, that's all over with and done with. No one can come in asking you for money. And it's not like
Mhm.
most of the time, debt collectors aren't just going to show up at your house. And if they are harassing you, then you can file for bankruptcy and it's all gone. It's over with.
Okay.
But I
And there's
do
no
agree.
long.
Go ahead. No, there's some long-term effects. It stays on your credit history for 10 years. There's
Mhm.
some effects on it, absolutely, but it's still better
Right.
than dying, right?
It is, but you know what would be better is not dying and also not having that on your credit history, which would impact your family and pretty much any decision you have for the next decade of your life.
Now, I do agree we should have more affordable health care. I would like to see
Mhm.
prices pre-Obamacare because before Obamacare came, prices were ranging from $150 to $180 a month, which I thought was very reasonable. I think anyone working a 9 to 5 job, 40 hours a week can afford that.
Right. So we both agree that we want lower healthcare costs. Yeah, right?
Yeah, but you want it to be a universal healthcare system, which I'm looking at the congressional budget numbers for, and it says
Mhm.
around $4.5 trillion a year. Now, if we taxed Elon Musk and stole every
Mhm.
dollar he had and sold all of his stocks and sold all of his companies, and we taxed all
Mhm.
the billionaires at 100%, we would only
Yeah,
have
that's
enough
not enough
money
to
for
cover it.
universal healthcare for about a year and a half, and then we'd run out of
Right.
money. So how are we going to pay $4 trillion, $4.7 trillion
So
a year?
there's something really interesting is
Your
that
connection sounds
Elon
kind of
Musk is
horrible
not the
now.
only person in America
I
who
don't
is
know
a
if it's my
billionaire.
headphones or if it's you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there audio issues?
Yeah, there's a little bit of audio issues.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Let me ask chat. Does it sound okay for you guys, or is it my headphones?
Also, hi chat. I have not.
Let me see now. Testing, testing. Say something.
Something.
Does it sound good for you guys? Let me know in the chat. Let me know. No one's saying anything, but there's a bunch of useless chats. It's your headphones. Okay,
Mhm.
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, all right. I'm back. I'm back. You guys just got to give me a second to plug in these other headphones.
Okay, okay. Please cheer for him. Please believe in him. He can do it.
Okay, I'm back. You there?
Yeah, what's up?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, give me a second.
All right.
All right, say something now.
Something blah blah blah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Good. So where were we? I was asking you how you're going to pay for that, basically.
Right. So Elon Musk is not the only billionaire in America, and I know that's a straw man of your argument, but I do want to focus on
No, I
the
said all the
incremental term.
billionaires.
Oh, all the billionaires. Okay. Well, I fundamentally disagree with you that the math doesn't math there. Like I well, like first off, healthcare prices are inflated because people are not able to pay the cost of necessary healthcare that they do receive.
So it's not
Secondly,
inflated because of
prescription
government subsidies, because as soon as we started subsidizing it, the prices went way, way up.
I don't think that's a cause and effect thing. Like, I don't have the data to back that up, so I'm gonna ask for you to give me a little bit of grace on this.
So what do you think
But
caused it to go up? Why do you think it automatically, like healthcare was somewhat affordable from around,
mhm,
the 90s to until about 2009? And you think that
right,
wasn't Obama that just magically just changed for no reason?
I believe that is the fault of corporate greed more than anything. Which I know I'm a leftist. Shocker, billionaires evil. But I really do think that the passing of the Affordable Care Act gave a boogeyman to healthcare companies to be able to drive up prices of necessary treatments, drive up prices of ambulance rides, drive up prices of pharmaceuticals. At the end of the day, I do believe it all comes down to corporate greed.
Okay, so you
Because
do
if you
agree
give,
then that the Affordable Care Act was a disaster.
I think it made way too many concessions.
So for universal, I'll retract my initial statement. It said if we combine the wealth of 990 billionaires in the United States of America, that is a combined wealth of 8.4 trillion. So that would pay for universal health care for 2 years if we stole every dollar they had.
Okay.
So how are we going to pay for $4.7 trillion a year in universal health care when that's three times our military budget, which is our highest
So when
expense?
you so when you enable access to universal health care, the cost of that care eventually comes down because people are going to be going to the doctor sooner when they get ailments. They aren't going to
So you think it's going to bring the cost of healthcare down initially. So if it's going to bring down the cost of healthcare, why don't we just, well, it's still going to raise our taxes. Would you agree with that?
I agree with raising the taxes on the ultra wealthy, yes.
But they're not going to pay for it. What about it's going to raise taxes for everybody?
If they're not going to pay for it, then we throw them in jail.
No, I'm saying if we tax them at 100, if we just tax the billionaires, it's not going to be able to afford it. Taxing the billionaires, even if we tax them 70%, it's not going to be able to afford even 1 year of universal health care. We'd have to tax other people. The total wealth of all the billionaires in the country is only, what did I say, $8.4 trillion. And universal health care costs $4 trillion a year. So
Right.
4.7 trillion. So if we just tax the billionaires, it's not going to be able to cover that cost. So we're going to have to raise taxes for people other than just billionaires.
I don't believe that's true.
Well, you can look it up yourself. The billionaires in the United States is 990 billionaires. The combined wealth is
Okay.
8.4 trillion dollars.
Okay. And you think that
So
wealth
how
is
are we going to
stagnant? Like that's not cycling back into the
it goes up
economy.
and
That's
down.
not
That's their personal
right.
wealth of their assets and what's in their bank account.
Okay. And billionaires can't make any more money like in the next year.
So what? We got to make them what, five times as rich in one single year and then tax them? Is that what you're advocating for?
No, and I think that's a pretty ridiculous way to put that. What I am advocating for is an incremental tax that once you reach a certain threshold, your wealth is taxed at a much higher rate. So we don't need to raise tax on public child care.
So
Goes
you're going to
to the
tax them at
military, whatever.
95%. Okay, then they'll just leave America then.
Okay, then they can leave.
So we're going to lose our best tax basis when billionaires pay the majority of the taxes in the country, and we're going to lose our largest tax base, which is going to cause a lot of cutting in funding for social programs.
I don't think that they pay that much in taxes.
I mean, I'll look it up, but billionaires pay the majority of the taxes in the country.
I'm not
Let's
sure
see,
about that.
billionaires percentage of taxes paid. Let's see. Someone said they pay 95%. I'm going to give you a real number though here. Let's see. I look it up like this. How much of the total taxes are paid by billionaires? I think that's a better way to word it. Let's see what it says. Um,
I found a number that's about 24%.
24%. Okay, so they pay, that's still a major, even if I grant you that, I don't know if that's 100% true, but if I grant you that, that's still like literally a quarter of our tax basis. Yeah, I see the same number, about 25%.
Okay.
So
I
we're gonna lose
won't particularly miss
25% of our
them.
tax.
And if they want to leave the greatest country on earth, like, sayonara. Like, okay.
So what are you gonna do when you lose 25% of all these social programs that you love so much?
I don't believe that
And
we
then we're
will.
also not gonna have. So how are we going to fund? We can't. We already are not paying off our deficit. We're not paying. We're not paying. We're not earning more money than we're spending as it is. So you're going to increase the deficit by
No, the
twenty
numbers
five
got much
percent.
worse under Trump.
Well, the percentage wise, it was the worst under Obama. He grew the deficit by 41%, and Trump has grown it so far by 39%. But that's neither here nor there. This is just going to increase it by another 25%, with 25% of our tax basis leaves the country. And not to mention all of the phone you're using right now was made by a billionaire.
It was made by some workers in China, but okay.
By a $1 billion corporation that invented it.
Some engineers at a $1 billion corporation invented it. It was not the sole vision of one man.
Well, yeah, sure, but without billionaires, it would have never been possible.
Why do you think that?
Because that's how capitalism is. You need capital to build your business and grow enterprise.
Do you think Alexander Graham Bell was a billionaire?
Um, well, he was pretty probably if you I don't know. I don't know how wealthy he was, but I can look it up and we can account for inflation. Rockefeller would be a multi-trillion dollar man today in today's
Oh,
money if you account for inflation.
absolutely. Rockefeller is crazy rich.
But Alex, let's see. Let's see. I found him. Let's see. Net worth. Let's take a look. Today he would be worth about $300 million.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, that's the
That
wrong
doesn't
guy.
sound right
Sorry,
to me, but
I'm looking it up. Okay, no, he was worth $1 million in the 19th century, which translates to an inflation-adjusted amount between 200 and $300 million.
okay, that sounds more correct, I think, yeah.
So he was almost a billionaire, but he was a very, very wealthy man. So what was the point you're trying to make about this?
Oh, just that you don't need $1 billion to create a phone.
Well, you end up with a couple $100 million, or you at least leave a millionaire at the very bare minimum. If you make some kind of great innovation, you're gonna leave at
Mhm.
least at some kind of substantial wealth. It might not be a billionaire, it might be a couple hundred million, it might be a few million, but every single great inventor in the modern era from the 19th century to up till now, even before the 19th century, was substantially wealthy.
Okay, I see what you mean. Why do you think that?
Because when you make something for society that people enjoy or they want, you gain wealth.
Okay.
Just like Hassan Piker is a multimillionaire, even though he complains about capitalism constantly.
Yeah. Well, you can disagree with the system that you were forced to participate in, right?
Well, he
Like you
wasn't
disagree
forced
with
to
food stamps, but you
participate in
still
it.
pay taxes for food stamps, right?
I don't disagree with food stamps. I disagree
Well, you
with people
disagree with the
taking
way that food
advantage
stamps
of
are
it.
being. You disagree with the way food stamps are being run during, let's say, the Biden administration, but you were still paying taxes
Um,
during the Biden
I don't
administration, right?
disagree with it. I just don't appreciate it being abused.
Right. You don't appreciate being abused, but you still pay taxes, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so that's
But
kind
there will
of the
always
same way
be
I see.
abuse. There will always be abuse in the system.
Exactly. Like I don't particularly like the way that the Trump administration is spending my tax dollars, but I still pay my taxes. To
But you
me,
don't
I
have to.
think
You're
that
not forced to.
criticism of socialism really falls flat. Like when there are prominent socialists of like, well, they own a house. It's like, okay, do you want them to live in a box for them to be ideologically consistent? Like, I'm not
No, I
sure
want
what the
them. No, I actually want them to live in a socialist country. Go live in Cuba or Venezuela. I want them to
okay, so
practice what they
you
preach.
so you want them to go to a country that they have no residency in.
They can get residency in it. They're millionaires
Okay. Why can't they be millionaires and socialists in America?
because that means they're preaching. They're not practicing what they preach, which makes them a hypocrite.
Right, but they're forced to participate in a capitalist society.
Once
If they are
again, they're not
creating
forced. They can leave and go to a socialist society.
okay, they're not forced. They can leave and go to a socialist society. I
They have the
understand that. But
money.
what if they want to stay in America and they want to try and make America better? And from their viewpoint, that's through socialism.
Well, then they're just clueless and they're lost. They're hypocrites.
Okay.
But I mean, once again, I'm still not understanding exactly how we're going to pay for healthcare. It seems kind of like universal healthcare. If we're going to make all these,
Mhm.
if universal healthcare is going to lower the prices of healthcare for the United States, why not
Mhm.
just put restrictions on, you know, these companies that are charging, 2,000% profit as it is, instead of just fully nationalizing our healthcare system and driving our debt even further up and up and up and up, and raising our taxes, which is going to destroy the middle class and the upper middle
Right.
class, and the elite as well. It's going to destroy everybody. So instead of destroying wealth in America, why don't we just pressure the pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare companies? I mean, I'm not saying I'm even
So
advocating for it, but it seems like a better solution than just trying to nationalize our healthcare system, because I'm sure you know what it's like in Europe. I don't know if you had a private healthcare. Private healthcare
mhm.
is obviously cheaper over there, but most people that are middle class or upper middle class in Europe, if they have a little bit of money, even if they're making the average salary or a little bit like the middle class salary, most of them get the private healthcare option because it's just better quality treatment. It's faster to get in and out. There's not months and months of waiting. I mean, look at
so
the UK's
I'm sorry, I
healthcare
do want to
system. Look at
interrupt you. I'm
Canada.
a
Go ahead. Go
little
ahead.
confused about what you're asking me.
I'm asking you, why not just go after the problem itself, which is the healthcare companies charging people arm and a leg, and the pharmaceutical companies charging people an arm and a leg, rather than just giving them more
Okay,
money through
okay,
the
okay.
government and nationalizing it. Go ahead.
Okay, I understand your argument. For I do wanna dispute the claim that it would wreck the economy. Um, I'm not gonna go into details. I'm just gonna say I reject that. Second, I do want to go into the detail of what you actually asked me, which is why not just punish companies that extort the system? And I would say that's the solution, but I see that as curing a symptom and not curing the cause.
Well, why can't people pay $100, $150 a month for healthcare?
Because some people are disabled and they can't get disability. Some
Oh,
people
why
just
can't they get
can't work.
disability?
Huh?
Why can't they get disability?
Because they keep getting rejected for one reason or another. The system does
Because they
not
don't
want
have
more
a real
people to become
disability?
reliant on it. Sorry?
You would have to give a specific scenario.
Sure. So let's say I don't want to go back to PTSD. We've already walked that trail so much. Let's say somebody loses their arms in like a workplace accident or something, and they have to wait. They have to go through a legal process with their insurance company. They have to go through the legal process with their company's insurance company. They have to do all of this stuff just for a lawyer to decide if they have to pay the cost of like stitching up their arms that have been amputated or anything like that. Whereas under a government run healthcare system, they would not have to worry about the cost. They would not have to worry about who's paying it. They would show up to a hospital and have it situated instantly and not have to worry about how will this affect my family.
A severed arm or a traumatic amputation, you're going to get emergency Medicare services, which are going to pay for everything,
Okay,
and
that's
it's going to
great.
be free. So that scenario is already covered under our current laws.
Okay, cool.
So once again, with knowing that now, do you still feel like we should, do you not feel like we could just, lower our health insurances so we don't have to raise taxes on the middle class? Because most people I know making under 100 grand a year, they're not going to volunteer. They're not going to give you any more taxes. They're already feeling like they're being pressed enough with the amount of
Right.
taxes they pay. And if you tell them that you're going to raise their taxes another 10 or 15%, I would
Which
probably
is why
also
we're
agree
not
with them that I'm not going to do that.
which is why we're not going to raise the taxes on the middle class. We are going to tax the ultra wealthy on an incremental tax.
But that's not going to pay for universal health care because the billionaires are only worth $8 trillion. And if you tax that at 100%, they're going to be broke, and B, that money's going to run
Right.
out in 2 years for
In an
universal health
incremental
care.
tax bracket, they would not be broke. They would still be billionaires. They would still be millionaires. Their extra income would be funneled towards social programs.
But they're not going to work if they only get to keep 1% of their money and you get to tax it at 99%. They're
I
going to
don't
leave the
believe that. I don't
country.
believe they won't work. I don't believe that they'll leave the country.
Well, we can look at New York.
Zoran
Yeah, let's look
Mamdani
at New
in New York
York.
City has pushed a lot of taxes on the ultra wealthy. They threatened to leave. They haven't.
I have an article right here that disagrees with what you're saying. They lost $11 billion in tax revenue. I'll pull up the exact
Really, I would love to read
source.
that. I would
Yeah, they
love to
lost
read that.
$11 billion in tax revenue, and that was just for a small percent increase. This is according to NDTV, which says more millionaires are leaving um, and going to Florida and Texas. According to yeah, that's that. So we got a calculation of around $11 billion a year, according to Fox Business and NDT TV. So they lost
Okay.
$11
Any other
billion in
sources?
tax revenue. Sure, I'll send it to you right now.
I would love to look into that, though. That's completely contrary to what I've heard.
Well, leftists when they have this progressive view of people not leaving, it's just correct. It's just incorrect. Because billionaires, have you not seen all the people moving to Dubai and Monaco and all these other places with virtually zero taxes?
Well, I'm
Especially
sure I
for
have,
people that
but
run online businesses and especially for people that want to renounce their US citizenship and they have quite a bit of money.
absolutely. Let me look at this. Fox Business.
And I'll
Okay,
send
this
you
is
another one. I'm sure you'll say, oh, I don't like Fox, it's fake. But here's a second source. Here's a second source for it. I got two sources saying they lost $11 billion in tax revenue. And
in
to think that people,
2022.
wait, 20, well, okay, let's see. Let me pull it up. Um, let's see. Let me read the article. Okay, so yeah, sure, they left in 2022, but at the same time, that shows people are willing to leave New York due to tax laws. So people do move because of tax laws. It's still a standing point. That
I'm
people are
not really
leaving.
seeing the argument here. Like, this was before these tax
Okay,
things were
they're
put in
leaving
place.
California and New York. Why is that? Why does California and New York have a declining population? Is it because of taxes and high cost of living?
I would say it's the high cost of living, yeah.
Okay, what about the millionaires? They can afford high cost of living.
Um, I don't believe they're leaving in droves. I think that's a false narrative.
Well, it says right here, you already read it out of your own article, $11 billion of tax revenue lost in 2022 in New York.
Right, right. $11 billion lost in 2022 before these tax rates were implemented. I don't
Well,
see
they
how this
already had
connects
high
to
tax
Zoran
rates.
Mamdani.
Well, if we go to 2022, I can see if there's any new high tax laws that got passed.
If you can find like any like recent information on this, like related to the Zoran Mamdani mayoral,
Yes, in
and tell it
2022,
to
they
you.
passed higher corporate tax rates.
Right.
They raised them from
Okay. So I
8% to
think we have
10%.
a very, I think we're having very different conversations. I want to clarify what we're talking about here.
Sure, go ahead. I'm talking about the millionaires and the billionaires leaving New York because of the new tax laws.
I don't think that's happening. Not on the scale that you're suggesting.
Well, the article disagrees. I sent you two articles that said they lost $11 billion in tax revenue. That's after they went after they increased the state income tax for super earners making over $20 million from 8% to 10%.
Okay.
So a 2% tax raise caused $11 billion in tax revenue to exit New York.
Right.
And you're telling me that just raising it 10 or 20 or 30 or 40% more is not going to cause people to leave?
I don't think that it will, and I don't think it is.
Well, if you look at the countries where the most millionaires are moving to, they're all countries with good tax systems. So is that another piece of evidence, do you think?
I think it's a piece of evidence that those guys are probably buttholes, and I don't want them in my country.
Okay, so you don't want anyone that's making money that doesn't want to pay taxes. You don't think people deserve to keep the income they make? People work for 30, 40, 50 years to ever be able to earn millions of
Hold on,
dollars. And
hold on, hold on. People working for 30, 40, 50 years deserve to keep the income they make.
what if they're a
Billionaires do not
multi-billionaire?
earn the
What if they're a
income that they
billionaire?
have. Billionaires do not earn their money.
What do you mean by that?
They operate businesses that extract value from their workers who are not
That's what a
compensated at the
business
same rate.
is. Obviously, that's what a business is. When I hire an employee for a business, I'm not going to pay them
Mhm.
exactly what I'm making in profits. Otherwise, my business isn't making any money.
Right. And that shouldn't be the focus of labor. It shouldn't be to make money. It should be to generate value for society.
Well, then how are we going to generate value for society if we can't improve our products and improve our production and improve the quality of the goods without
Why
capital?
can't we do those things
Because you
without
need
capital?
capital. Because everything works with money. You need to buy stuff to improve it.
Under capitalism, everything works on money.
Yes. In a socialist
So
society, you don't see as much innovation
why do you think that?
because they seize the means of production
Hmm.
and the workers are not the best at running a corporation. A McDonald's worker does not know anything about running a McDonald's corporation. They're probably not capable. Someone flipping burgers doesn't know how to run a corporation 99%
Right.
of the
But
time.
I'd argue that someone running a corporation doesn't know how to flip burgers.
Anyone can flip burgers.
Sure, but do the billionaires? No.
Some of them do.
Yeah, some of them might.
Anyone can flip a burger, though. It's not really a skill. If you have two arms, you can flip a burger. Sure, there's burger
Have
flippers that are
you
better than
worked in a
others,
fast food
but
kitchen before?
a fast food kitchen? No, I've worked in restaurants.
Okay. You've worked in restaurants before. You know that that's not easy labor.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard work, but anyone can do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, it's hard work. Anyone can do it. Billionaires choose not to.
Yeah,
They
because they
choose
have a
to
higher
run a
skill set.
corporation. They choose to take these people flipping burgers and say, you know what? I'm going to take most of the earnings from the burgers you're flipping, and it's going to me and my corporation so we can make money.
Of course, that because the corporation, the CEO, on average, CEOs work harder than fast food workers.
No. I think
You
that's a
sure
very
about that?
fundamental disagreement that we're
Oh,
not
it's
going to
not a
be able to
fundamental
see eye to eye
disagreement. Oh,
on.
I have statistics for it. Let's look up CEO work hours, average versus regular. Let's look up average CEO work
I'm
hours.
sorry, I don't mean to laugh. That's so
No,
disrespectful.
no,
I don't
it's
mean to laugh.
not.
I'm
Harvard
sorry.
Business Review study. Harvard Business
Hmm.
Review study. CEOs work an average 62.5 hours per week. That's
Sure,
22
yeah.
that's 22 more hours than the average employee works. So they quite
Mhm.
literally do work harder and they're smarter and more intelligent. They didn't just randomly
How
end up in that position. They worked their way up for it for probably decades in most circumstances. The average CEO,
I
I
do
think, is
agree with
like
you there.
near 40.
I do agree with you there that they did not just end up in that position. They manipulated others to end up in that position, is my take on it.
Well, I could
But what I'm
say
gonna
that I
say,
could say anything is manipulation. If you call
oh,
sales, I could call that
absolutely.
manipulation.
Absolutely. But I think being a CEO of a company specifically is a unique kind of cruelty
Why?
because you're exploiting tons of people who to you are faceless, that you are extracting value from, that you are forcing worse and worse conditions on to sell products that are getting worse and worse to the customers just
But
so
they're
you
not
can
forced
make
to
more
work in
money.
any conditions they don't want to.
Right, but if every job has shitty conditions, then
Every
what are you gonna
job has
do?
shitty conditions. Every job does not have shitty conditions.
A lot of kitchens have shitty conditions.
Kitchens? No, they're
Oh
not
yeah,
shitty conditions.
you worked in a kitchen. It was hard work. You felt like the people working over you didn't really give a shit about you, right?
I've never felt that way, and I've worked for multiple restaurants before.
Okay.
And I've
Well,
never, I've,
on my case,
I'm a foodie, so I really like going to restaurants and I look into the kitchen. I watch how the conditions are, and I've never seen any conditions that I would call shitty. And I've been to hundreds of different places before,
okay, yeah, sure.
so I don't really
Like
know what you
that has
mean.
not been that's not been my experience. I know a lot of people that work in the food industry, the fast food industry especially, and that's the only job you're qualified for. That's the only job that you can apply to. Then your options are just kind of crappy all around. You don't really have any place you can go, and if you do, that job's going to be taken up. Other people are forced to work those crappy jobs, and
Well,
that
any
kind of
healthy
sucks.
adult male can go work construction or go pave concrete or go put down asphalt, and they can make a good living for themselves. Anyone that's a healthy adult male, so they don't have
Sure,
to
but
work
what
at a
about
fast
women?
food, huh? What about women?
Well,
Women
sure,
can
but
do it too, depending on, I'm not gonna say that they have to, but there's stuff that women specifically are good at.
Mhm.
I can give some generalizations, like they're good at translating different languages. They're really good at that in World War II and World War One. They're really good
Right,
at cooking. A lot of them enjoy cooking. There's different generalizations I can give that are
sure,
set for more quote unquote feminine jobs. Nursing,
right,
obviously, you need to get some kind of education for that, but you can also get loans and there's other opportunities and grants and other stuff like that. So no
right.
one's forced to work in the shitty conditions. And if you don't
So
want
I
this
understand
method,
what you're
how are we going to
saying.
develop? How are we going to develop? What's a more efficient method than capitalism? It's pulled more people out of poverty than any other system.
Hmm. Sorry, I just want to sit with that real quick.
And socialism has led to famine and starvation and deaths and murder more than any other system. I mean, look
Those
at
are
how many
really
people
interesting claims.
Stalin killed.
I'm having trouble processing your claims there. So capitalism brings people out of poverty more
Yes,
than
than any other
socialism.
system. Absolutely.
Okay, what conditions does poverty exist under? Does poverty exist under communism?
Yes.
Okay. What's the definition of poverty to you?
Well, poverty is an interesting thing, and different countries define it in different ways. But it's
Hmm.
basically where you're lacking financial resources and essentials for basic living.
Okay. I
Would you
think that's a
agree
pretty
with
good
that?
definition. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So look. I mean, we can look at how many people Stalin killed. We can look at Cuba. We can look at
Sure.
Venezuela. We can look at Yugoslavia. It's never worked.
Right.
Socialism has never ever worked. And even if
Right.
and
You're
even if
not.
you want to make the argument that America destroys it every time, I can give you scenarios where America was never evolved and the countries destroyed
Oh, please do.
themselves.
Please do. I'd love that.
Venezuela had a economic collapse way before America got involved. We really didn't even get involved
Mhm.
until the last 2 or 3 years with the sanctions and situations like that. But when they nationalized their oil and Maduro got in power, they saw a massive economic collapse and starvation of their citizens. And that was
Okay.
nothing to do with America.
Right.
So it's never worked.
Yeah, I suppose not.
So, what other system would you advocate for outside of capitalism? Sure, you can argue that they're not getting the wage they deserve, but in America, we have some of the highest after tax salaries in the world. Obviously, there's other countries with slightly higher after tax salaries, like Monaco or
Mm.
what's the other place called over there near Germany? I forget what it's called. Luxembourg.
Mhm.
Luxembourg, there's different
Oh
places
yeah,
like that,
Luxembourg.
but overall,
Luxembourg's
America
beautiful.
has
Have you
some
ever
of.
been?
No, I never been. I've been to Monaco before though. But
Tangent. Sorry. Continue.
no, you're good. So what other system would you advocate for if it's not capitalism and it's not socialism? Sure there's people that are like obviously in America the average salary is like around $5,000 a month and you're not going to see
Mhm.
that quality of living in any other system.
Ooh. Okay. I really like the way you phrased that question. So I think a hybrid between socialism and capitalism is probably the ideal system.
Do you mean like a heavy social democracy like Norway or Sweden?
Yeah.
Would you say Norway and Sweden are socialist?
To my knowledge, yeah, but I can't say I'm too informed on the matter.
Well, I mean, you can look it up yourself, but no, Norway and Sweden and Finland, they are not socialists. They are heavy social democracies. And the way that
Yeah.
Norway is able to operate in the manner it operates with these heavy overhead is that they have nationalized their oil and they tax
Mhm.
the crap out of actually I don't know if it's nationalized, but they do tax the oil companies at like very,
Mhm.
very high rates. Like I think it's like 80, 90% to pay for all the social programs.
Okay.
But there's less social mobility in those countries than there is in
Okay.
America because tax rates do
So
not create very like high tax rates do not create a lot of social mobility.
no, because you need to actually implement programs that make use of those taxes, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's always going to be someone paying in that's never going to use it. That's why I'm not really a fan of
So
universal health care because some people might want private insurance and now they're stuck paying for someone else's stuff. And we already have programs where we're paying for everyone else and taxes are already really high. Our founding fathers literally fought over like a 2% T tax. They fought and died
right,
for
right,
it. And now we're okay with taxing people 40% of the income and it's acceptable. And that's not even billionaires. That's just people making over $650,000 a year. We're taking 40% of their income on top of state tax and on top of spending taxes at stores.
right.
So why? Why should we be stealing people's? Because when you take 40% of someone's paycheck, you're basically saying 40% of the time they're working for free for the government.
So I understand what you're saying. I would definitely disagree with the framing of it. Earlier you said something about billionaires work 62 hours a
No,
week.
not billionaires. No, that was just CEOs. The average CEO is not a billionaire.
Gotcha, gotcha. Even still, I heavily disagree with that premise. I don't think that's labor. I think any sort of labor that they would consider labor is nowhere close to the amount of work that you and I put into our jobs.
I would disagree. I mean, what do you consider labor? Do you think working at a desk and doing accounting and taking phone calls and taking meetings, do you consider that labor? Because that's what they're counting for some of this hours.
Those things, yeah, I would consider those labor to an extent.
So what is the CEO doing that's not considered labor?
I would say networking, any fucking stupid golf courses they want to get on.
Well, that's
I'm
not
sorry for
counted.
swearing.
No, you're good. Try not to. But um,
Yeah.
golfing is not considered in their work hours, and neither is networking.
So how are their work hours considered then? Like, how do they measure
When they
that?
clock in and they clock out, I mean,
Yeah.
if they're going on a company trip, there might be certain scenarios where networking is counted, probably in certain scenarios. But even networking is very difficult and it's very stressful, and for many different
It can
people.
be, but it's
I,
nowhere
I
near as
would I would
stressful as working in a factory.
well, I would probably disagree with that. I mean,
Yeah,
it's more stressful
think
than
we're kind of,
working. It's more stressful than
yeah.
flipping burgers. As someone that's
Oh
worked
no.
in a restaurant before, networking with billionaires and millionaires is 100% more stressful than flipping burgers or working in a restaurant.
I absolutely disagree. See, we have such fundamental disagreements on things. Like, I'm really not trying to when you over to my side, I'm trying to understand you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
I understand. Well, I,
and
I
I
I've done multiple
please
networking
let me know if I've been,
before. I
yeah.
used to, I used to be involved in some real estate stuff, and
Mhm.
I was like a realtor, and I did some networking and whatnot, and it was very, very, very extremely stressful. And I don't consider myself a socially awkward or a socially anxious or an anxiety-ridden person, but it was probably some of the most stressful things I've done before. I'm not going to say it's at the top of the list, but it's in the top 10 for sure.
Okay. Yeah, that might just be down to personal preference then, because like I've been networking, I've shook hands with people, tried to establish connections, tried to establish like, okay, you do this for me, I'll do this for you, all that stuff. Not even close to working in a factory. Like the times I've spent working in a factory, a zillion times harder than anything I've done trying to go out and connect with people, speaking at conferences, anything like that.
Well, I mean, that's just a difference of opinion then. But
Yeah.
either way, the whole reason the CEO gets into the position he's getting in, the whole reason that he educates himself and goes to college and works up the ladder is so he doesn't have to do physical manual labor or he doesn't have to work in a factory
Why doesn't he want to do that?
because he has bigger ambitions in life, bigger financial goals.
Okay. But if it's harder for him to network, why wouldn't he prefer to work in the factory?
Well, I mean, if I had a job, if I had to choose between a CEO salary of $400,000 a year or a factory salary of $60,000 a year, I'm going to take the $400,000 salary almost every time, regardless of the amount of stress or issues that occur. CEOs are not really just most people that are trying to become wealthy or move up in
Mhm.
the world don't really care about comfort or happiness. I mean, maybe they care about happiness, but they don't really care about comfort. They're okay with being
I
uncomfortable. They're okay with being in uncomfortable situations for a greater goal or in more
I'm not
stressful
sure I
situations.
agree with that. Because that's also the same class of people who are like taking private jets, who fly first
A
class if they
CEO,
don't have a
I
private jet.
mean, most CEOs, I don't know, I don't have statistics on it, but I have a hard time believing that most CEOs are taking private jets.
Sure. And if they're not, they would probably fly first class, right?
I mean, it depends. The average CEO salary, I think, is like, I don't know, it's not even a million a year. I could look it up real quick. I think it's like 400,000 a year.
And CEOs
So
typically don't drive old
you
beat up
can't
cars, right?
afford, you can't, yeah, the average CEO salary, it says, is around 120,000 to 800,000 a year. So
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
sure. With six figures, you can afford to fly private if you want to.
right. So I
Okay.
do think it's
So
a
what was the
comfort
point of
thing.
that?
And so I think, so from my perspective, I'm saying working on the floor of a factory is a billion times harder than running a car company.
Okay, then why don't you go run a car company?
because I don't want to.
But you could earn more money, and you just said it's easier.
I'm not really motivated by money. I'm motivated by helping people.
Okay, but you could help more people with more money.
I guess so. I have thought about that. Like when I went to college and was deciding what to major in, I thought briefly about business because you earn a lot of money, you fund causes you care about, you're able to make substantial change. But at the end of the day, I chose to work in like mental health and psychology so I can help people. Because to me, that is more valuable. That is providing more value to the earth
A
than running a
psychologist
company.
can make six figures as well.
Oh, sure. I don't care about that.
No, but money, the more money you make, the more people you can help.
I guess
Helping
so, but I
people
feel
isn't
like
just, I mean, sure, you can help a lot of people by helping their emotional situations and
right.
stuff like
A doctor
that, but
saves lives.
yeah, sure, but the majority of people's, stress and even a lot of their mental illness comes from their
Mhm.
financial situations.
Right.
So money could
So
help
what's
all of
your
that
point with
stuff.
that?
So
I don't understand your point.
capitalism could solve all those issues. Instead of just blaming the billionaires or the millionaires,
Ooh.
they can improve their situations. And especially if you said it's easier to be a CEO than it is to work at a factory, then they shouldn't be
Mhm,
complaining. They
absolutely.
should just be able to work. They should just get a job as a CEO, start tomorrow, and there you go. All their
Yeah.
problems are solved.
Yeah, that's just the thing you can apply for on Indeed as CEO of, like, an air conditioning company. That's absolutely something you just apply for.
I mean,
I'm sorry,
obviously,
that's
yeah, you're being
mean-spirited. I'm
sarcastic.
trying
I
to be as
know.
nice as I can.
I know you're being
I'm trying to be
sarcastic,
as nice as
but
I can.
once again, if you're being sarcastic and all of a sudden you're saying it's hard now to get a job as a CEO, we're back at your
No,
we're
it's
basically
the labor that a CEO does is easy. To get a job as a CEO, you have to destroy the people underneath you.
well, that's also not
That's the
true.
tricky part.
What do you mean by that?
So, so can I tell you a story?
Sure, but this is just anecdotal evidence. This is not any actual statistics things. But go ahead.
Of course, yeah. But again, like anecdotal evidence is kind of the thing we keep coming back to throughout this conversation, right?
Sure, go ahead.
So my dad is an electrician. He worked for a guy who scheduled him to go to this house in our hometown, fix up their air conditioning, go to this house, fix their lawnmower, general handyman stuff. That guy took 90% of what my dad earned through his labor. That's that's the position that CEOs have. Is they manage things, they pretend like they're doing hard work, but all they're doing is extracting value from the workers that work for them.
Well, who did the advertising? Who does the accounting? And who bought the business license, the location, and the equipment? And who manages everything? Is it your dad or is it the CEO?
I'd say the CEO, but that's the easy part.
Well, if it's so easy, then why didn't you have your dad set up his own business and he could take 100% of the profits?
That's
That's
what
what I'm
he
saying. That's why
eventually did.
capitalism is so great. Because if you think you're being taken advantage of and you can go do the same
Mhm,
business by yourself, you can start your
mhm,
own business. Because I know someone in my family that was working for, I'm trying to think of it. We'll just say uh, GE, General Electric. They thought
right.
they were being taken advantage of as well, and they tried to make their own company, and they spent like $5,000, $10,000 into their business. They started doing
Mhm,
advertising themselves, and then they tried it for about a month, and the business failed because the employees were stealing money, people were going behind their back, they were taking jobs, there was people, screwing over the advertising. The accounting wasn't
mhm,
being done right, so within a month's time, the business went out. They all thought it was easy. It's easy to come up with an idea. It's hard to execute. I mean, 90% of businesses fail within the first 5 years. And statistically, it's
right.
obviously not easy to run a business.
That's a really interesting point. I actually really like that argument.
Well, I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just trying to get you to think about some other
No, of course.
things. But
I'm just appreciating that. Like that's a really well worded argument against what I said. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Yeah. No. Like I still think that that job, even if more people fail at it, is still easier than the actual labor.
Well, once again, some people love labor. I know guys that just love lifting heavy stuff and they love doing
Right.
construction. They love it.
Yeah.
Like if they had to work in an office, they would probably, not be here today, if you know what I'm saying. But that keeps them going. That keeps
Yeah.
them alive. That keeps them motivated. They enjoy doing it.
Yeah.
So they would say that doing construction for them is easier than working in an office and doing accounting and taking meetings. But from your perspective,
Absolutely.
the manual labor is the harder thing.
Absolutely. So I'm working as a psychologist. Let's say I'm making six figures. Let's say I could, like, there's somebody who's working on a factory floor making far less than that. Why shouldn't my salary and that person's salary be equal then? If we both find our jobs as fulfilling and easy.
Well, equal salaries is like socialism, but that's not how I'm going to answer your. That's kind of like communism because in communism it's a classless, moneyless society. So at that point everyone's equal. But I'll
Right.
just answer your question. Why aren't you getting the same salaries? Because psychology is a skill that's extremely needed. You went to college for years.
Mhm.
You learned about something. You invested in yourself. You took years away that you could have otherwise spent doing something else, like building a business or building another career. So you took sacrifice. Why that person that works in a factory, they don't have to have a college education. They can go ahead and work in a factory right out of school and they can start making money and they're not going to go in debt and they're going to have a stable income and stuff like that early in their years
Right.
versus like it's kind of basically supply and demand, risk slash reward. That's kind of how
Okay, I see where
capitalism
you're coming from.
works.
I see where you're coming from.
Like
Okay.
that's why a burger flipper makes, what, $15 an hour versus a,
Uh-huh.
psychiatrist that probably makes 45 or $60 an hour, whatever they make. I'm not sure, but whatever
Right.
they make substantially more. That's because anyone can flip burgers. Not anyone can be a psychiatrist. The reason a CEO makes $400,000 a year is because I don't know. There's only maybe only 10,000 people in the whole country that can be this type of CEO for this specific company versus anyone can quit their job tomorrow and go work at McDonald's.
I
It's just
definitely couldn't
supply
work
and
at McDonald's.
demand.
I'm a terrible cook.
Well, you don't have to cook it. It's pretty much already made. Just slap some cheese on that burger and serve it. There you go.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you don't
So
have to cook either. You can work at the register, but go ahead.
sure. So I understand what you're saying, and from your perspective, I see why you think that way. I would argue I haven't made a sacrifice to, like, become a person in psychology, right? Like, from
Did you
my
have to go in
perspective, like,
debt? I mean, did you get it for
oh, yeah,
free?
absolutely.
Okay, so you took loans out. So that was
Yeah.
sacrifice.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily see it as something that really plagues me or anything. Like, I'm just like, "Oh, okay, this is what I do to help people,
Yeah, sure,
and
but it
eventually I'll
affected
pay off
your.
these loans, and it won't really be a problem for me because 'cause I'll make enough money to pay it off."
Yeah, sure, but you might still have your loans, and that's something that's always going to be over your head. Like if I get fired, if something bad happens, I
Mhm.
still have to make my loan payments. It's a burden to you.
Right.
So that is risk versus reward. They don't have that same type of burden
I
as you. Like
suppose so. But
my friend's a lawyer. He makes $600,000 a year, but at the same time, he has the burden of his $160,000 student debt. If his business ever goes bankrupt, he has a daughter
mhm,
and a wife that he has to take care of no matter what. And he also
mhm,
has $150,000 in student loan, and he also has a mortgage on his property. So that's a lot of stress. That's a lot of overhead. That's a lot of risk versus
yeah.
reward.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So you really think that someone working at a factory can really, I mean, I have a lot of good people that I know that work in factories, but I don't think
Mhm.
they should be making $600,000 a year working at a factory like some lawyers make.
No, I definitely think they should. They're sacrificing their bodies way more than a CEO is.
Oh, well, how is that? They don't have to
Well, like I
sacrifice
said,
their
like,
bodies.
so so I'm gonna I'm gonna out myself as gay. That's might be a grenade to throw in this conversation. I once dated a girl who was born with a severe deformity. She wasn't able to get on disability for it. They stuck a big like metal rod in her back, and the only jobs she could really find to work were in fast food. She tried to go to nursing school. She didn't really have it in her. But she was able to work in fast food. Over the years, she was standing up more and more and more and more, and her health deteriorated. Her back kept hurting more and more, and it just kept messing with her. It kept hurting more and more, and there wasn't really a recourse for that. And she wasn't really fairly compensated for that. She was paid minimum wage. She was inflicting more pain on her body day by day for minimum wage. And while the CEO of Crystal is making millions of dollars in bonuses, she's suffering from minimum wage. To me, that's inequity. That sucks. That shouldn't happen in America.
I get what you're saying. I fully understand your perspective because a lot of your stories and a lot of your perspectives seem like they come from personal experience. But at the
Mhm.
same time, I would help this girlfriend or this, wife, whatever, your ex-girlfriend, whatever it is. I would help this person. I wouldn't spend time complaining about it. I would help improve their situation for them by helping them take some computer science courses or helping them take some IT technician courses where they can have the ability to either work from home or work for an office instead of just, saying, well, I got to get a job, I got to get a work, um, until,
Yeah,
that kind of search.
again she tried that, but it didn't really work out for her. Like college was pretty inaccessible. She couldn't afford to pay for it.
You don't need college. There's programs you can take out there that are like, a few $100, or maybe you can even get it for free, or you can get grants. You can use a credit
Yeah,
card. There's ways of, you don't even need really a degree to go into IT work or get an office job. There's a multitude of
right.
skills. I mean, it might not happen overnight because this is a specific job. You might need to work at the factory until you can get the job. But even this story that you're telling me, it's still even if she was getting paid $600,000 a year, it still wouldn't change the fact that it was damaging her body and it was damaging her
Right.
health. So money wouldn't solve the issue of this scenario that you're giving me. So I don't see how it's really relevant to the conversation since the main point was her body was injured and she couldn't work very well or she was having health problems. The money is
So
kind of irrelevant to the conversation. I mean, I guess you could
right,
say
right.
she would
So
quit after 6 months and just live off the money. I guess maybe, but the money would still be kind of irrelevant.
right. So I do want to expand on that a little bit because there's like a few more points in here I want to get across about her situation specifically is if she were to take those courses, which she tried to, when would she have time to do that? She didn't. She worked, and when she didn't work, she was in too much pain to do anything. Like, there's not really an escape route for her in that situation.
Well, of course there is. If
I,
she
I
can work, she can sit on her phone and read some stuff. If she's in so much
right, but
pain
the
she can't read something on her phone and learn for 2 hours a day, then she's probably going to be too much pain to even get up and go to work.
right, but there is a huge thing you're missing here. Is like the mental fatigue of it. Like an entire day of managing a kitchen, of talking with customers, dealing with customer complaints.
Wait,
The
is she
last
a
thing that she
fast
would
food
want,
worker or a factory worker?
a fast food worker. This ex-girlfriend
Okay,
is a fast food
okay,
worker.
sorry.
She worked for Crystal. Not to dox her, but there's like a zillion Crystal employees. So she would not have time. And the time that she would have, she would spend on recovering. She wouldn't want to think about like working or the future or anything. She would just need to rest because of the pain she was in and how tired she was from, honestly, customer service is pretty insufferable. So I never really blamed her for that, you know?
Yeah, sure, but
Um,
that's an excuse that you can, push past with enough energy and motivation. I mean, I know plenty of people that were in certain circumstances, but they realized they didn't want to live in that circumstance for the rest of their life, so they just endured even more pain.
right.
So
Yeah. And is that
there's
right?
always a way. Is that right? Absolutely, because I think if you want to get to the type of lifestyle you want to live, it's going to be painful to get there. It's not supposed to be an easy process to build yourself up as an adult.
Okay.
Nothing's just, it's
Yeah,
not
I
supposed
think
to be
that's
a perfect utopia society where everything's just gifted to you and it's so easy
wait, why shouldn't we be striving for a utopia?
because it's not realistic.
Okay.
And our technology isn't there yet either.
Right, okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking. That's really interesting.
No, you're good. I just think that in the society we live in, it's okay to struggle and make sacrifices and endure pain to try to get to your goals and your ambition because that's the reality. You're not going to get anywhere just making excuses over and over again. Anyone can make excuses. It doesn't matter if you're perfectly healthy or not. You can say, "Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I got to manage this. I got to deal with this. I got to deal with my wife. I got to do this, that, the third." But that's not going to improve your circumstances. In fact, I think giving yourself excuses over and over and over again is really not going to do anything but make your situation worse because you're what's the word for it? You're giving yourself a reason not to work harder, I guess, or you're giving yourself a reason not to move in the direction of a lifestyle you want to live in.
Okay, so you see, like, the sacrifice as, like, a necessary component for, like, thriving.
I mean, I don't think it's a necessary component to just live like, if you just want to, live in an apartment with four other people or five other people and eat food and play video games all day. But if you want a nice house and you want a wife and you want good things, yeah, I do think it's a necessary component if you want to excel and if you want to, travel and go places and live a nice life. Yeah.
Okay, so I have a couple things I do wanna say. First, I hope I've been super respectful this whole conversation, and I haven't been tried to provoke you or anything like that. Like, I've really enjoyed our conversation. It is getting late, so I probably need to go soon. Um, if it's alright for me to ask, like, if I can concede all my points, I lose the debate, like, whatever, I don't care about that. I am curious if you're religious.
You want a religious debate now?
No, I'm about to head off, I'm just curious for, like, my own sake.
Yeah, I'm religious.
Okay, I'm assuming you're, like, a Protestant Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah, no, that tracks.
Tracks? What does that mean? I mean, my religion has nothing to, doesn't really have much to do with any of our conversations because it's not like we talked about anything relating to Christian ethics or the Ten
What's
Commandments,
your
or I
worldview?
don't get all my morality from
Mhm,
my religious ethics. I get my morality more on my realization of how society and how the world works. Every
right.
single person I know that lives a good life works hard, and a lot of them don't want to
Mhm,
work, and a lot of them, think the world is unfair, yada yada yada. But they all push past it anyway.
okay, that makes sense.
What do you? Are you religious? I'm guessing no.
No, I'm atheist.
Yeah, I'm not really the best at religious debates, so I'm not gonna go after you there. But I'm trying to think, is there
Yep.
any last things that I wanted to I think that's it, unless there's anything that you want to touch on.
Um, Nothing I really have time for, but have really enjoyed talking with you and getting to know you. I hope the chat is nice to you. When I first started watching you, I thought you were like doing this as a bit. And I do want to apologize for that because I was a bit aggressive in your chat, and I
It's
wasn't
okay.
sure
I
that you
thought
were
your
serious.
comments were kind of funny.
I
Oh yeah,
appreciate it.
wait, before you go, can we touch on Israel really quickly because I'm curious on why you don't like Israel.
Yeah, I think any apartheid state, especially one that's theocratic, is a bad idea.
So what do you think apartheid is? What's your definition
Uh,
for
that
apartheid?
people are separated by class and ways that are inherent to who they are when they're born, either the religion they're born into, the color of their skin, even things like gender can work like that, right?
So yeah, sure, but is your claim referring to Muslims or Palestinians living inside of Israel. You're saying that there's apartheid. They can't work the same jobs. They don't have the same opportunities. Is that your claim, or can I pin down your claim a little bit more detailed because it's very broad?
Sure, sure. So I'm going to say that the framing of that is already something I disagree with. I don't believe that there are Palestinians living in Israel. I believe that there is an Israeli government occupying Palestine.
So you don't. Well, okay. Okay, well, that's a whole thing. We can go down the rabbit hole of the history if you want, but that's a whole nother topic. But I'm down to talk about the
We don't have time
history.
for that.
I
I've got
mean,
work in the
when
morning.
was, yeah, yeah, sure, but sure. Okay, so back to the question. You said it's an apartheid state. So you think that Muslims and Jews, you think Muslims and Jews don't have the same opportunities in current day Israel?
I don't believe that the Palestinian people are given basic human rights due to the government of Israel. Yes.
What about the fact that Palestinians, there's 2 million Palestinians that live inside of Israel, and they have
Mhm,
roles in the Supreme Court and the Congress and other political
mhm,
roles. They get free college education. Um,
mhm.
I mean, what do you think about that? That doesn't sound like an apartheid to me.
I would say that that is a band-aid meant to excuse the genocide that they have been committing.
Yeah, but that, I mean, that's a whole nother topic once again.
I,
But you don't. But so do you think it's an apartheid or not? Because according to your
I
own
do.
definition, that means they wouldn't be able to work and hire up jobs. There would be class suppression. There would be all those things, and none of that fits
Mhm.
into the narrative that I just explained to you.
So what's your question?
My question is, you said it was an apartheid state, and then you said that
Yeah.
there's class suppression. If there's class suppression, then why are there Palestinians in the Israeli government that are working political jobs like in the court systems and why is it mandated for Jewish people to serve the IDF, but it's not mandated for Muslims or Christians? Um, that doesn't really sound like an apartheid state. And also, you mentioned that they're in Palestine. Palestine was never a country by itself, and
Mhm.
the Syria Palestine wasn't established until 136 years after Jesus was born, and it was established in modern day Syria, which was called Syria, or it was called Palestine, and it was called, wait, sorry, it was called Syria Palestine, yeah, Syria Palestine. And that was after the Jews were already living there for thousands of years. I mean, when do you even know when the Arabs came into Israel? Because that's the quote unquote Palestinians that we see today.
My brother in Christ, I do not even know what you're asking me.
When did the Palestinians come to Israel? Do you know?
Like the current group of people like occupying Palestine,
Yeah.
they were born there.
No, I'm saying without throughout history. Do you know when they first came to Israel?
Oh, who cares?
Well, you said that it was originally Palestine. That was your initial claim that you said that it's Palestine, not Israel. But that's not what history shows
Uh,
us.
okay. So Israel was established in the 40s, correct? 40s or 50s?
Well, that wasn't the question that I asked. When was Palestine established?
Honestly, I don't know.
So
You
you
got me
don't
there?
know any of the history. Okay, well, the Arabs,
Sure.
the current Palestinian people didn't come to Israel until 600 years after Jesus was born.
Sure, but Israel didn't even come to that area until
Yeah, but
like less than a century
yeah,
ago.
sure, sure. But the Jews have been there. You can call it whatever you want. It has had several names throughout history. The name is kind of irrelevant. The
Mhm.
Jews were there before the Palestinians.
Not this current government,
What do you mean this current government? You have to be more
like the current
specific.
government of Israel,
What do you mean by that?
like the
Do you,
Israeli
do,
government that was
do you know
established after World
You
War
know
II.
the British mandate of Palestine was even the Jews and the Christians called themselves Palestinians back then?
Yeah,
And it wasn't a country, it was a mandate, which is kind of like a territory. So it was never its own country.
sure.
Okay, so how was it their land originally when the Jews were there longer? Historically, it's
Or
been, huh?
they've only been there for a century.
What do you mean a century? Jews never left Israel. They've been there for thousands of years. Even during the
Oh,
Crusades,
yeah.
even when they killed off a lot of the Jews, there were still 10,000 Jews standing in Israel
Okay.
after the Crusades. So they've been there
Okay,
for
I see what you're
thousands of
saying.
years. Yeah, I thought
Okay,
your
I see what
argument
you're
was
saying.
that it's stolen land, la di la di da.
Yeah, I believe the government of Israel is operating on stolen land. Yes.
Well, there was the Balfour Declaration.
Yeah, but I don't care about that. That's stupid.
Well, how is it stupid? It became its own
Because
independent
it's
country, so it didn't have
imposing
to
a colony. It's imposing a colony of people who are not from that area
a
to
colony
live
of
on that area.
Jews. Jews have been living there for thousands of years. How is it a colony?
That not that specific group of people though.
Yes, those exact Jews have been living there for thousands of years. Their great great great
Why did they
granddaddy
need to
was there
establish a government for them?
because it was a territory of Great Britain, because the Ottoman Empire destroyed Israel, massacred Christians
Mhm.
and Jews all alike, and then the Great Britain took over and took it away from the radical Islamists that were massacring Christians. And before the British mandate of Palestine, or before the Ottoman Empire, they had much more freedom until the Muslim takeover of the Ottoman Empire.
So you're seeing this as like religious collectives rather than like individual like
No,
groups of people.
I just see it like this. The Jews have been there for the longest time, so how can it be stolen land? And when I say Jews, I'm talking about ethnic people. I'm not
Right, right,
talking it
right.
from
I
a
understand.
religious
Okay.
standard.
Okay.
I mean,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying
trying to understand
historically.
your
No,
argument.
it's okay.
It's
I'm just saying the Jews have been. If you're, there's many different ways you can look at it. I'm just looking at it from a historical aspect because you said they're on stolen land. How could they be on? How it's like saying the Native Americans were on stolen land. They've been here longer than anyone that we know of.
right.
So how could they be on stolen land?
I don't believe the government of Israel has been there longer
But
than
the
the
government
indigenous
has nothing to do
Palestinians
with it. We're talking about the indigenous people of Israel, which is the Jews.
and the Muslims and the Christians.
No, the Muslims didn't come to. You're talking about Arabs, and
Yeah,
Christians didn't come after till Jesus, and Muslims didn't come
right,
until 600 years after Jesus. So they're
right.
not
But the government of
indigenous there.
Israel,
And we're
you're
talking
talking about
about an
such different
ethnicity.
concepts. This is
We're
so
not talking
tough.
about religion. We're talking about ethnicity. So if you're going to refer to Muslims, you can call them Arabs
Okay,
because that's the group of people that are
dude,
there. They're
it is
Arabs.
so late. I have no idea what you're arguing right now. What question do you
I'm
want me to answer?
saying that these are the native people of Israel. They're indigenous to Israel. They've never left.
Okay,
So how is it stolen land? And don't say the government because the government, yeah, sure, there's a new government in America. There's a new government in the UK. Of course, it's changing all the
right,
time. It's a
right.
democracy. So what's your point?
Ooh, I
How is
don't
it
think it's a
stolen land if
democracy
they're
though.
indigenous?
I don't believe so. I think we have a very different category that we're thinking about this through. It is way too late and way too tired to give this like an honest shot. And I honestly don't really want to go into it more. You and the debate, go Greater Israel. Hooray, sure.
There's no military plans for Greater Israel, but if you're going to ask me if I would prefer Greater Israel than radical Islamic countries that are neighboring, probably. Because
Sure. Yeah.
Islam does not accept people like you that are part of the gay community. So why would I want Islam to continue to rule over, the Middle East?
Sure,
They don't
yeah, there are
if
no
you're
gay
about
Muslims.
Western liberal values, then you should be more pro-Israel than you are pro-Palestine, because if you went to Palestine, they'd give you a free flying lesson right off a skyscraper.
So no matter if somebody wants me dead or not, I do not want them dead.
Well, I don't
That's
say I'm
kind
not
of
saying we have
how I
to.
see it.
I'm not advocating for anyone's death. I'm just saying that
Yeah, of course
you
not.
you, I'm just saying that you should be siding with the side of freedom and democracy and quote unquote Western liberal values than you are
Right, right,
siding
right.
for or than you're siding for Orthodox Islamic values, which basically go against everything you believe.
Sure. Yeah, yeah, you convinced me. Good, great job.
All right. I hope to have this conversation more about Israel in the future. Definitely do some more studying on it. I don't really know how much you know about it. I'm not trying to be offensive or anything like that, but it
No, you've
was
been very respectful. I very much disagree with the assertion that I should be more in favor of Israel because I'm gay. Like that,
well, I didn't say just because you're gay. I also said because of your Western liberal ideas and your
right? Okay,
pro-democracy attitude.
right. So I don't know. That's such a complicated topic. It's so tough to unpack. Like I really am very thankful for this conversation. I'm very very delusional at this moment. Thank you for all the grace you've given me. Um, yeah, that sounds
All right.
about
Have a
right.
good night.
Yeah,
Appreciate
you
it. Thank you
too.
for coming on.
Yeah, it was great to meet you. And I
I
hope
hope
you
you stick
have a
around in
great.
the Discord, by the way. There's lots of other people that
Oh,
are more left leaning as well and great
oh, I
conversations.
absolutely will not. This is absolutely a test of patience for me. But I
Okay.
had a really great time, and please do not take that as a mark against your character or your
I won't.
platform
I
or
won't.
anything like
It's
that.
fine. Have a good one.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Bye to chat. I hope that they like me. I hope I was very nice and calm and cool.
Peace out.
Bye.
Well, that was interesting. I don't really think she knew too much about Palestine. I don't know how you could say it was stolen land if the indigenous people have been living there way longer, way, way longer than the Palestinian people. That was kind of a stupid, and the apartheid thing was kind of stupid as well too, because if there's an apartheid and people and there's a class suppression, then you would say that you're not going to allow these people in these high-ranking positions, and it can't just be a band-aid because if there's a band-aid, then that means there's not an apartheid. Because if there's any kind of solution or any kind of band-aid, then that means there's not an apartheid going on. But get those likes way, way up there. If you guys enjoyed that, you can drop some super chats. I would really appreciate it, guys. Get those likes up there. Get those likes way, way, way up there. Yeah, the Jews have been there for over 4,000 years. Listen, if you guys want to show some love and drop some super chat questions or comments, I would really appreciate that because that was about an hour and 40 minutes of debate conversations and no one chimed in. It seems like the chat enjoyed it. But y'all could at least show some love to your boy. Get those likes up. Make sure you subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Drop some super chats if you guys enjoyed that conversation, if you want to see more like that. And if anyone else wants to call in, we're all in to let some people call in. Let's see, is there anyone else out there that we could possibly get in here that would want to debate? If you guys want to debate, comment debate down below, and we will get you guys in here. We will absolutely get you guys in here. There's another guest that I'm wanting to go live with, but I got to get them around here. I got to get them to warm up to our conversation because a lot of people are scared of conversating with MAGA people for whatever reason. I really don't know why. But get those likes up, guys. Get those likes up. I'm trying to see if we can find anyone else. Here, we'll put in the debate chat if anyone wants to debate. Debate? Okay, we got some people in here that want to debate. I'll drop the link so we can have some good conversations here. Give me one moment here. We'll pin the link in the comment section. The link for the debate is also my YouTube bio. If you don't want to wait for me to put the link down in the comment section, that is completely fine. You can jump right to my YouTube bio and click on the link there, but I'm about to post it in a minute here. Give me another couple seconds. If you guys want to debate, there you go. I thought that was a relatively productive conversation, and I think I debunked a lot of her points. But it seems like she runs on a lot of her personal feelings of certain situations rather than looking at the data. I was the one presenting the majority of the data in the debate. But join the Discord down below, guys. How about the Palestinian? How long have they been migrating? I mean, they've been migrating there for about 1,400 years. 1,300 years they've been migrating. Really, any Muslim from Egypt, Jordan, all in Syria that moved to Israel was considered a Palestinian. But even the creators of Palestinian admitted that they do not think that Palestinian is an ethnic identity. But apparently, some places disagree with that. Some places just disagree with that. You guys saying she had no clue. Seem mostly personal circumstance based rather than an actual debate. And also, I don't know if she works in a factory or she's a psychology or what she's in. But get those likes way up there, chat. Get those likes up there. Subscribe if you haven't already. I had fun in that last debate. I don't know if there's any other criticisms I would give other than I just don't think because certain jobs cause more people more pain that they should be paid based on if they were feeling pain in this job or that job or whatever. Anyone can feel any pain in any job, and if there's something that really bothers you, you shouldn't be working in it and then say, pay me more money because it bothers me. That doesn't make much logical sense, and that seemed like it was most of her argument. That some people feel a lot of pain working at factories, so they should make as much money as a lawyer does. But it's based on supply and demand. Supply and demand. If I've banned you, it's probably a reason. But what's your Discord username? Why were you banned? If you're ready to hop in, join the Discord link down below. Let's get some debates going. Join the Discord. Oh, Lisa, you want to cry, 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 cry? Obviously, Trump is German. What's your point? I don't understand. He's American. His nationality is American, but he has German ancestry. Sure. What's your point? I don't really care about ancestry. If you're American, you're American. If you're Hispanic, you're still American if you're born on American soil. Ask your effing mod. Elvis served though. Okay. Who do you want me to ask? If I don't know your username, I can't ask about you, brother. Cannot ask about you. Yeah, sure there were countries before the UN existed. What's your point? What's your point? Oh, it's Gabe? You want to hop on here for a little bit? Is it the Gabe I know from California? Or which Gabe are we talking about here? Let's see if we can get J Money. Let's see. I got one person that wants to debate. All we need is someone to vet you, brother. If we can get someone to vet you, we can pull you into the conversation. Get those likes up, guys. Get those likes up. I'm getting some messages from some people. You DM'd me? Okay, that's you. What do you want to debate about? What do you want to debate about? What's the specific topic? They're trying to say Trump is like Adolf, but Hitler was from Austria. Sorry. Yeah, these people are idiots. Their whole point of Trump being German was they thought that Hitler was born in Germany. They don't know anything about history. Why do you think they want socialism? Why do you think they want socialism? Genuine question. Why do you think they want a socialism? Let me pull this text in the chat. Let's see. Honestly, no clue where that went. Oh, here it is. We'll put this up until one of y'all are ready to debate. We'll just put that right there. Hitler was born in New York City. I mean, until we get some people in here, I'm just going to play this speech just to keep y'all listening. Don't worry, guys. We're probably gonna, what the hell? It's not even playing the damn sound anymore. Y'all can't even hear the damn sound? Y'all weren't about to tell me that you can't hear the sound? Great job, chat. Great job. Can you hear the sound or not? I'm hella confused now. Let me know. Can you hear the sound? Oh, more peace. Nah, y'all can't even hear the sound. Okay, that ain't good one bit. That ain't good. Y'all didn't even give me a heads up or nothing. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, let's see if y'all can hear it now.
Mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin.
Okay, now y'all can hear it. Good to go. Good to go.
Discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were. Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in one day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. Talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II.
Looks like this guy, for whatever reason, is scared to verify. He doesn't even have to turn on his camera to come on the show. All he has to do is go to the vetting chat, turn on his camera so we know exactly who we're talking to and exactly how old this person is, and then he can come on the channel. Just because you repeat to me over and over again that you're not a minor, yada, 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 is not going to prove anything. There is a vetting process. There's a vetting process you have to go through. And that's that. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. We don't just let random people in. This is not a radio show. Every guest has to verify. Last guest did the same thing.
Or two, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing, except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership.
It's really hard for people to come on here and say nasty things or act crazy when they have to go through a verification process. We have to go through a verification process. You can flip on your camera for 2 seconds, show that you're not a minor, and we can come and debate. It's really that simple. It's not a hard process. I'm not asking for anything special. All I'm saying is if you want to come on stream, you don't even have to show your face. You don't even have to show your face on stream. All you have to do is go to the vetting chat, flip on your camera for 5 whole seconds, let the moderators see you, and then we can debate. Really, really simple. If anyone's interested in debating, just comment down below and we'll set it up, guys. Yeah, I'm pro-immigration too, but I'm not pro-illegal, alien, criminal, bastard immigration.
To defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a law?
Derek said he'll debate. That's fantastic, Derek. Can you join the Discord down below, brother? And we'll pull you in here. Just got to verify. That's pretty much it, man. You just got to go through the verification process, and we'll get you in here and debate. It takes about 10 seconds to verify yourself, and you're ready to go.
Large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action...
Man, dirty money, that's an inside joke. That ain't even funny. That ain't even funny. But if you know, you know. If you know, you know. I mean, y'all think dirty money is common is funny, but someone came into the VC and did that. I mean, geez.
On that piece of ice, think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He was...
The funniest thing about the libtards is they all have TDS. They have no issues to stand on. That's why they'll be demolished. Why is every free Palestine radical person afraid to show their face? And they all make up excuses why. It's because they want to come on here and say some crazy bull crap. That's not even true.
I'm so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to...
All right, I'll mod you, Lauren, but please do not time too many people out, all right? Don't time out really anybody. The chat is it's fine the way it is. Just don't time out anybody, all right? Don't time out anybody, don't kick anybody. Yeah, Jake Lang marched on Dearborn. The radical Islamists, they got wrecked by the protesters, wrecked by the bikers. I thought it was a good time. It was fun. I wish I could have been there. Wish I could have been there for the pig roast in front of the mosque.
To reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things. all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and got.
No, socialism sucks because I'm a business owner and I don't want my business taken away for a bunch of lazy Democrats.
Absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times the number of people.
Y'all join the Discord. Does anyone want to debate? Does anybody want to debate? It's always the people that are scared to do a quick check. Oh, we got a yes. Wait, looks like someone else. We got someone else that wants to call in. Let's see if they want to call in or not. All right, we'll get him in here real quick. We got someone else that wants to debate. Let's see. This is kind of on the same topic all over again. Let's see. I got to pull him in real quick, chat. I got to pull him in. Let's see. Hello? You there?
Hey Graham, how's it going?
It's good. It's going good. Hold on. Let me turn up your volume. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
So where do we start? You wanted to debate about Trump taking away some of the food stamps, right? Cutting funding for food stamps.
Yeah,
So what do you know about that?
I know that Trump cut a large portion of funding for food stamps in, I believe, the One Big Beautiful Bill, which stripped millions of people off of the program.
I don't think millions is, I don't know where you get the word millions from. I don't think millions would be right, but do you know why it stripped them off, or do you know specifically who it stripped off?
I believe the issue that Trump was trying to address was people who didn't work a part-time job at the very least.
It's not just a part-time job, but it's also people that don't want to do educational training or go through a job program to try to help them, or even volunteer work would be considered in this as well. And also, you get an exemption if you have some kind of mental illness or sickness or disability where you're unable to work.
Okay. I guess my first question. So, per the Washington Post, that's where I'm getting the millions number from, July 2026.
Yeah,
They said about 4
yeah, no, I
million
see it.
people.
I looked
And
it up.
yeah, it's 4 million people. But more importantly, 1.5 million children. Can
Where
I
do you get the
ask you,
children from?
it's the same Washington Post article from July 21st of 2026. Mainly the children of people kicked off of food stamps.
Okay, so
So,
basically, it's people that don't want to. It's children of people that were on food stamps, and because they refuse to work, their children also don't get the benefits.
yeah. So, can I ask you, do you believe it's more important to provide for children or ensure people are working?
Sorry, ask the question again.
Do you believe that it's more important to provide for the children of our country or ensure people are working?
If you can't work 20 hours a week, how are you going to provide for the children of our country?
Well, I think food stamps assisted people in providing for children when they couldn't necessarily hit that 20-hour total.
Why can't they hit the 20-hour total? Volunteer, work
Oh,
program, or a job?
well, a lot of the time it's childcare needs. Sometimes when you have a baby, or especially if you're a single mother, you have to be with the baby full time.
Also, not 100% true, but if you're unable to take care of your child and you're unable to feed them and you can't provide for them and you can't give them a quality living system, shouldn't you put them up for adoption or hand them over to, some other parents that could take care of them better?
They
Because
are able to.
I know plenty of mothers that worked two jobs at the same time being a single mother.
Yeah, but a lot of those people had childcare outside
They
of
had
themselves.
no, they had parents, they had grandparents, they had friends and family.
Yeah, let's talk about the edge case scenario. Let's say a single mother, her husband's died. It's like a whole tragedy, whole family dead, all wiped out. Tragic accident. She can't work because she has two young children that she has to be at home and watch
Well,
over.
okay, let me stop you there.
She
If
would,
the father died, she's going to be receiving Social Security money. So she's already going to be receiving quite a bit of money based on those two children and the father passing away. So she's already going to receive government subsidies that are going to be substantial enough to either pay for housing or pay for basic needs or pay for someone to take care of the children.
sure, should we not throw in food stamps on top of that? Make sure those children have
Yeah, if
food in
she's
their
working
belly.
20 hours a week, if she's getting, 2,000, even $1,000, whatever it is from Social Security, at the bare minimum, she's going to get a couple $100, maybe five, six, eight. I can look it up, but she's going to get a substantial amount of money from Social Security. So that would be able to hire some kind of person to watch over the kids so she could work 20 hours a week. I mean, if you're working 20 hours a week, you can do that in 2 days. So say we paid a
Sure,
babysitter maybe we'll pay a babysitter $100 a day, which I think is a lot. We can probably pay him about $60 a day. So that's 2 days a week. That's $120 at max. That's 4 times a month. So that's $400 or $500 a month. The mother is already giving a substantial income from Social Security, plus she's going to have her job on top of it.
sure, okay. Ignoring the fact that you're just wrong about the total sort of babysitter costs.
How am
Let's
I
even
wrong
go with
about
your
that? Well, how much should they
well,
charge? 8 hours.
8 hours
We'll say $80. That's what
on
I said, about $80.
on average. I'm looking at care.com, which is the website that categorizes caregivers. They're paying them about $21 an hour. So
I've
for
never
a
seen
total
that.
of
I've stayed with babysitters before when I was younger. Obviously, that was a long time ago, but I
yeah,
mean,
inflation's a thing, Graham. You got things
okay, well, they
happening.
still get a substantial amount of Social Security.
How much Social Security are they receiving?
And there's other benefits on top of it. So you're basically just giving excuses. And even if I grant you everything that the mother is unable to take care of the children, then at that point, Child Protective Services should step in and take that child to foster care.
If they can take care of the children, if they have food
Well, they
stamps,
can't.
should we not
They
provide?
can't. No, food stamps is not going to provide for your children. No, those children should be taken away. They're living in bad living conditions.
If the different, let's just frame me this. If the food stamps were the difference between those children eating and not
Then the
eating,
mother should want to
we
work.
should then the then we should give food stamps so that way a child can eat, whether the parents make the right decision or not.
Okay, so I'm looking at Social Security. Let's see. Average Social Security, two children, father passed away. Let's see. I'll give you a number on it in about a second, but it's looking like it's going to be pretty high. The average is around $2,400 a month. So that would definitely cover basic living and that would cover an apartment, like $1,200 a month, maybe not the best apartment. And then you still have
Yeah,
another $1,000 for childcare. So yes, they would receive a substantial portion of Social Security money, which would cover, whatever needs they would have. So if they're already receiving Social Security money and it's about $2,400 a month, then why should they also receive food stamps if they're unwilling to work?
Graham, we're both Christians, right?
So we're just help. You're going to make the argument. You're going to make a religious argument. Just help people to help people. I believe in helping people, but I don't believe it should be mandated through the government. And I believe people should work for any government help or any government benefits they receive. Are you advocating for people just to get food stamps no matter what if they work or not? You don't care if they just lounging off the system and they're unproductive to society?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Most is that there's food in American bellies.
So you're
There's
going to
food in
encourage unproductive members of society that are only going to damage our taxpayer system.
the taxpayer system works as it currently exists.
It
We're
does
running
not
massive
work. Every
deficit.
single president in the last 60 years has ran a deficit, so it's obviously not working. You want to run up
Graham,
even
you're
higher deficit.
Graham, you're forgetting one crucial president who did not run a deficit.
Let me guess, you're going
You
to
know
say
who that
Bill
was?
Clinton. That's not true. He had 1 year of running down the deficit, 3 years of negative deficit.
Yeah, but that's
Okay, so
one
he
year
ended.
more than any Republican.
It doesn't matter. All 4 years. Sure, Bill Clinton did a good job. I'll give it to you. I really don't care. He's not the best
And
president, but
Bill Clinton
he ended with a
substantially
higher deficit.
increased.
But he ended his
Yeah,
presidency with a higher deficit. So he ended his presidency with a higher deficit.
do presidents walk in the door and immediately set the budget that they're working with?
No, but let's get back to the argument at hand. So you want to
Bill
allow
Clinton
millions of
substantially.
more you want to allow millions of more people to live on the food stamp program.
Yes, I want millions more people to live on with the food stamp program. Because I think in America, we're not Uganda. We're not Niger.
You're
We're a
right. We
country that
have
can
more
provide.
debt than pretty much all of Africa put together. And we have a system that we want our grandkids to be able to, it's already hard enough. It's probably unlikely that we're ever going to even get out of the hole we're in right now, regardless of who's president. So with that, doesn't mean we should just keep printing more money, because we're printing money to pay for these programs, which is devaluing the dollar and devaluing our spending power. And it's also at the same time increasing things like housing, food prices, all those things. All these programs add to furtherance of collapse of the middle class.
Okay, Graham, how much money did they cut from the food stamp program?
Not a lot, but the way you're advocating for is everyone to be able to have food stamps if they want them, which would create probably
No,
billions of dollars in deficit.
I'm arguing that we use needs-based assistance like how needs-based assistance is supposed to work.
Yeah, if you're poor and you work a part-time job, you should be able to get it.
And if you're poor and you're unable to meet that minimum hour requirement, you should still get it, because we're not Uganda and we should feed our people.
Okay, so
Do
you're
you
just
disagree?
advocating to feed everyone no matter what they do. Yes, I disagree.
You disagree with feeding the hungry, helping the sick?
You should help them with their own money. If you care about
You're
those
helping.
people so much, write them a check yourself. The government does not they do not have the most efficient methods of running a business or an operation of any sorts, of any kind. This is the kind of thing that should be taken care of by the communities and by the churches rather than the government, because the government has proven time after time. We can go through example. The United States Postal Service has been reportedly, going bankrupt. They say it's going to go bankrupt any time, and it keeps getting bailouts after bailouts. We can look at the healthcare system in other countries where they have universal healthcare. People that are in the middle class and the upper middle class go for the private option because government doesn't run businesses well. We can look at all the fraud in our own government and see that the government, once again, doesn't catch fraud. I mean, we can just go after thing after thing after thing. If you want to help the hungry, there's plenty of options out there that do not involve food stamps. If you want these mothers to not work, then they can go to the church or they can go to the soup kitchen.
Okay. let's just take this step by step. How many operations in our government are forced to operate like the post office?
Anything that's like a business is ran extremely
How many
inefficient. Anything that's in
how
the
many
government
government
sector,
programs are forced to
anything
operate like a business?
no, anything that's in the government sector would be better if it was ran in the private sector.
You
It would be
think
more
that
efficient.
you think SNAP would be more efficient if it was run by private businesses?
Yeah.
And how exactly do you institute a program like SNAP
Never
that
said I
requires
had the solutions
limiting?
for everything. I'm just telling you that if you care so much about people doing and getting food, then advocate for more private enterprises. It would probably be something like food
I think
banks.
I think that the thing we're supposed to care about is helping the most people possible. And private enterprise allows people
We
to
can't help
exclude
everybody. I
certain.
just like I can't help everyone because I don't have unlimited money. Our government can't help everyone. We should really look at the numbers from the food. I want to see if there's any articles about this, about food stamps driving up food prices for everyone else. Let's take a look. I'm really curious because I'm pretty sure there is. Let's take a look. Well, I see some articles that already disagree.
Yeah, the Food Research and Action Center did a study on this. Um,
Well, either way, a lot. I'm sure I could find articles out there that are disagreeing. All I know is we can go by simple supply and demand. When people buy more of a product, what happens to the price?
the price falls
When people buy more of
if
something, the
supply,
price falls?
if demand and supply hit the same point, if they
No,
hit across that.
I just said if the
Okay,
demand goes up and the supply stays the same, what happens to the price?
the the issue with the supply and demand argument is that food is a fixed demand item. Everyone is always in need of food. There is a fixed demand for
Yeah,
food
sure, but
because everyone needs a certain amount.
we also have a high rate of obesity, and we can also look at how many people on food stamps are obese, which I've seen a
And
lot
it's
of them
because they
before.
obesity and food stamps are linked because these people aren't necessarily getting good quality food. You know, like
Okay, but
somebody
if you don't, it doesn't
somebody like
matter. You
you.
can eat shit all day, and if you don't eat a lot of shit, you're not going to be fat. Do you agree?
That's no.
Well, I disagree then.
If you're eating if you're eating exclusively boxed mac and cheese, chips, and fucking like I don't know, like the most
All I'm
ultra
saying is
processed
obese people
garbage.
can skip a meal. Is that true or false? If you're obese, can you skip a meal?
Sure, though you'd still lose out on necessary nutrients.
But you just
It's
said they're
about
eating
running a.
you just said they're eating shitty food, so they're not getting the necessary nutrients anyway.
It's you still have to eat, right? You still have to eat food.
Okay, what about the fact that food but how about the fact that McDonald's takes WIC and food stamps?
Does McDonald's take food stamps
Yeah. In California,
exclusively in California?
I don't know how many states. I don't know if it's everywhere. I don't know.
So the food stamps program that applies to McDonald's is very exclusive. There are 3 rules that you have to hit. You have to be elderly, disabled, or unhoused. It's not like these quote unquote welfare queens are just going to McDonald's and picking up a Big Mac and that's all they're eating off of
Okay,
food.
disability is a very, very broad word.
Didn't we already say that there was disability exemptions on SNAP?
Yeah, so what's your point? Disability is
I'm
very,
saying
very broad.
I'm saying that
So
either
how
way
we
the issue still persists.
if we're already printing money and you would agree printing more money creates more inflation, correct?
It depends if the supply goes up at the same
No,
time,
it
not
doesn't.
necessarily.
No, it does. It doesn't matter. If you print billions and trillions of dollars, That is going to affect inflation. That's going to devalue the dollar, correct?
If you print billions and trillions of dollars, and there's also billions and trillions of dollars worth of new goods to go out and purchase, then
Okay, but there
inflation doesn't
wouldn't
really
be.
take a hit.
But there wouldn't
Prices,
be. Food
we're
supply
not
wouldn't
printing
just
billions.
magically change. Food supply wouldn't change no matter what. You already said that yourself. You said that food supply is something that stays relatively the same because people need to eat no matter what.
The food demand remains relatively
Exactly.
stable.
So
Supply
you
doesn't.
already granted me that
Supply is
argument.
a
You already
guarantor.
granted that premise.
No,
Yes, you did. You
you said
granted the
supply.
premise.
You
Yeah,
said
wait.
supply, not demand.
Okay, so
Demand is fixed.
okay,
Supply
so
isn't.
supply. So demand is fixed. So if the supply
Demand.
changes, that doesn't affect inflation whatsoever. Inflation still goes up.
If okay, if I'm selling milk for $1 and there's only 10 cartons of milk, that dollar price seems pretty reasonable. But if there's suddenly 10,000 cartons of milk, then suddenly I have to drop the prices, even
Yeah,
if the
I
value of
understand
the
what you're
dollar
saying.
has
If there's not
left.
enough supply, then the price if there's too much supply, then the prices go down. I get what you're saying,
Exactly,
100%.
which is the
Okay, but
principle
that's not going to
behind
happen.
inflation.
If we
We already
start
produce more
giving
milk than
giving
we need.
billions of dollars in food stamps, that's going to print billions of dollars, which is first going to devalue our dollar, and then second, it's going to cause inflation.
If that's the case, if that's where we're at, does
Do
that
you
principle
agree?
not apply
Do
to
you grant
literally?
that premise
we-
or not?
I'm not granting the premise, but we'll go on it. We'll say that that's okay.
Well, why do you disagree with
If
it then? If you're not going to grant it, then let's argue the details of it.
because you don't understand how inflation versus supply works. If supply continues to be at a fixed
But you
rate and
can't change
inflation goes
supply.
up,
You can't change supply overnight. You can't just magically have millions of more
you
tomatoes
can't.
overnight, or in a month, or 2 months, or even 3 months. This is something that takes a long process because you have to buy more farmland. You have to plant. You have to wait an entire season, an entire harvest, which would, at the bare minimum, be 4 months, and it would probably realistically take years to get the supply millions of more. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily. Supply can increase overnight. It's
How?
about excess.
You can just
It's
grow
about taking
vegetables out of thin air now?
you can take resources from other places. If
Like,
Colombia has
where are
an
you going to get
excess
more
of,
tomatoes from? You're telling me you're going to buy more tomatoes from another country? If you don't grow them, you have to buy them, right?
if Colombia has an excess of tomatoes and they're selling them for cheap, if we ship them to the United States, wow, suddenly Colombian tomatoes are flying off the shelves because they're very cheap because there's an excess supply of them because the supply has raised to meet the inflation level,
Okay, but then there's going to be an excess supply of tomatoes, which is going to
which will
cause.
drop prices.
Okay, but that's also going to cause businesses to go bankrupt because they're going to lose profits on those items because they bought them for a price
None
and
of it.
now the price has dropped. So they're going to lose money on those
Yeah,
tomatoes. So then they're going to stop importing more.
the fixed. Okay, there's going to be a fixed rate of return on the tomatoes because they're already buying them for cheap. That's why supply goes up. The reason supply is increasing is because the price to obtain the good has decreased in concordance.
So let me get this straight. You just think that we're going to be able to give millions of people more food stamps. Nothing's going to happen with inflation. There's not going to be any negative things to our economy whatsoever. And it's just going to be free food for all. Is that what your mindset is? Because that logically does not make any sense.
We've had the food stamp program for decades. Nothing's really changed
Yes,
about
but
the
that's
food
not what you're
prices.
advocating for. You're advocating for food stamps for anyone that wants it, correct?
No, I'm advocating for a needs-based system. If you need food stamps, you should
Yeah,
obtain
but
food
okay,
stamps.
so anyone that says they need it can get it.
No, there's a process to figure out if you need it. I'm not advocating for socialism here. I'm advocating for the exact same system we had not 2 years ago.
Okay, so you're basically saying to increase the amount of people that don't want to work and let them live on food stamps.
The number of people who are unable to work is relatively fixed. That's a concept in economics. It's fixed in unemployment. There's a certain number of people who will always not work in an economy. That's how you keep an
If
economy
they
healthy.
can't work, then they're going to be qualifying for food stamps. We already been over this.
There's a certain number of people who just will not work.
And you think that's okay for them to be on food stamps?
Honestly, yeah, because they need to
Why?
eat as much as you or I need to eat.
But they're costing us taxpayer dollars, and they don't want to work. They don't want to contribute. They don't want to help the local economy. They don't want to help their country.
When they go out and purchase food, they help the local economy. When they engage in activity
No,
in
they're
their
not, because
communities, they help the
that's
local
our
economy.
taxpayer dollars that could be otherwise helping veterans or other people that need the help.
SNAP beneficiaries still have to pay for the food. You know that.
Yeah, with my money.
SNAP works like a coupon, not a
Yeah,
free
I know
food.
that money could be reallocated to better resources like helping veterans.
Okay, how much money do veterans feasibly need?
I don't know.
So we pour all of the money that could be going to about 4 million people. So that's what was cut, including 1.5 million children, into a subclass that we could just help with with other funds. It's not like we have a fixed supply of money here. We're running deficits constantly. The Republicans, the
Exactly. So
Democrats, they
why
aren't
should we give
changing that.
more? So why should we continue to make our deficit higher and higher just because you think everyone should eat? It's been like this for thousands of years. If you want to eat, you
Because
have to work.
deficits help stimulate the economy. That's how deficits
So
work.
you want to
When
run
you
our deficit completely into the ground.
I want the deficit to be at a reasonable level. I believe that Bill Clinton did a good job in getting the deficit to zero because the economy didn't need deficit spending at that point,
So
because the
I'm
economy was
sure
already
you
in a good
probably
place.
agree $40 trillion is too much deficit, correct? Or do you think that's beneficial to the economy?
$40 trillion is too much debt because it's bigger than the economy itself. Deficit
Okay,
spending
so then
isn't
why do you
necessarily
want to
bad.
continue to raise it?
I don't want to continue to raise the deficit. I think we should raise taxes to match the deficit.
Okay, well, even once again, we don't have enough billionaires and trillionaires to pay off the deficit.
Raise it to a level on corporations, on individuals. If you need to
Okay,
tax
people
the
don't want
middle
to pay
class
more
at a
taxes.
slight, then people are going to have a deficit and we're going to have debt. That's the only option. You cut spending, you cut spending reasonably in a way that your people are taken care of. You raise
Well, if I had
taxes
to choose
reasonably in a way
between
that
paying 60% in taxes and having a deficit, I'll take the deficit.
okay, then we agree. We're going to have a deficit then.
Okay, but we don't need to raise it more and more. We don't need to live in a country where incentivizing people to do nothing.
Hey, so because we got food stamps, the deficit's at like a great spot, right?
It's not even necessarily about the debt that it's going to be added. That's one part of it, but
Uh,
that's one part
okay,
of it. There's
so we
multiple
don't give a shit
aspects.
about the deficit.
No, I do. It's definitely one part of it. It's definitely a
If it,
part of it. But the bigger thing is that these people wouldn't be contributing to our economy.
they do contribute to our economy, Graham. If
You
people are
just
dead,
said
they
that
get a discount. They get a discount on food that they're buying. They're still
they get
buying
it
that
for
food.
free. What do you mean a discount? Food stamps pays for all the food. Do you know how food stamps work? You get a food stamp card and you can buy this, that, and the third, and you get it all for free. You don't get a discount.
Certain food stamp programs do give a discount. Even the EBT program does stimulate the economy because the government's still paying for that food. Do you
Once
understand how
again, it's
government spending
it's
stimulates the
not
economy?
stimulating the economy because instead of this money going towards a business owner that had to pay less taxes, it's going towards someone that's not contributing anything.
So, Graham, when I go
They're
to
spending they're spending money that's already in the
I haven't.
economy. They're not contributing. They're not creating GDP. They're only spending money that's already in the economy. They're not
Hey,
creating
Graham,
any GDP.
What's the formula for GDP? Because there's a
Gross.
big GS in there.
Sorry, say that again.
So the formula for GDP, let me just
You said there's a big
includes
GS?
government spending. The
Yes,
government
that's not
spending
going to. Yes,
contributes
but
to
they're not
GDP.
creating, once again, like I said before, they are not creating any GDP. The government
Hey,
was going to
Graham,
spend this
so
money regardless. No, you're still not understanding. When you pay your
I am
taxes,
understanding.
it doesn't matter
The
if this
government's going
money
to
is going to
spend
be
this money
spent on.
regardless.
Yeah, exactly. So they're not contributing to the GDP. The government was going to spend this money no matter what. They're not creating any products. They're not working a job. The government would already be spending this money regardless. So no, they're
So
not
you,
adding anything to
again,
the
you don't,
GDP.
then you don't care about the deficit. Either the government's going to spend this money regardless, or you care about cutting spending. Which is it?
Like I
Because
said,
if
they're
you're going to
gonna.
ask,
I do care about cutting spending. We can use this money towards things that matter. The government might use this money to pay down our deficit. Who knows?
the government, what is a deficit, Graham?
They're gonna lower our deficit with the money like we did last year. They
What
paid
is a
300
deficit?
a negative when it's the you want the formula for it, or what do you exactly want? A deficit is
What?
just you're spending more money than you're making. That's what a deficit is.
How do you pay down a deficit?
By spending less money or reallocating money towards other programs, you can lower the
They're
deficit.
going
Like
to.
we, hmm?
How do you save money by reallocating money? If I take $5 from my piggy bank and I move it to a different piggy bank that I own, have I
No, you're
saved money?
gonna no. Let's say you're $1 million in debt. Every year you're adding $1 million to your debt. But this year you didn't buy a $200,000 car this year. You put that money towards the deficit of your bank account, which you're still gonna go $800,000 in debt, but you're paying down your deficit. The deficit is lower than
So
it
when
was
we're,
last year.
when we're running $1 trillion deficit, how is about, I don't know, let's see, let me just math real quick, $10 billion going to help?
Like I said, it could be reallocated towards other people. Just because the money looks like a minuscule amount to you doesn't mean it can't
What
be
should it be
reallocated.
what should it be reallocated for? What's more important than feeding the hungry? Particularly
Feeding the
1.5
people that
million
actually
children.
deserve it. If those children
That
can't be
money's
fed
already
by those
allocated.
parents, they should be taken away. They should be given into the foster care system.
So you're advocating that we increase foster care, increase funding to CPS, so that way they can take away more children?
If you can't take care of your child, absolutely.
Okay, so we're just increasing the state's grip on parents' throats. That's where we're at.
Yes, if parents are bad parents and they're refusing to work and contribute to this society, then they probably shouldn't have their kids. Their kids are probably in bad living conditions.
Let's say a hypothetical person works 19 hours a week.
Your living
They do as
conditions
much
are
as
poor.
they have food stamps, they have Social Security. They're actually doing not too bad. Their children
No, that's
live
pretty
okay
bad. That's
lives.
pretty shitty. Probably in Section 8 housing as well, which is a pretty shitty environment for a child. And on top of that, you can't. Your
Should we
child's
pull
probably
all
missing
children from
meals.
Section 8 housings?
That's an interesting question. Once again, it depends if the parent is working and providing for their child. If the parent is
So,
not working and providing for their child and CPS was called and they're missing meals, then yes, absolutely.
so food stamps in the EBT program helps it make sure that those children don't miss meals. But what is
Yes, but
more
the
important,
parent is the taking care of the child is not the government's responsibility. It's the parent's
you're
responsibility.
trying to make it the government's responsibility.
No,
What
you're
happens
trying
if
to
they
make
don't?
it the government's responsibility. You want to give these children food stamps because their parents refuse to work.
What happens if these parents have their children pulled away from by CPS? Who's the ward of those children?
Well, it depends on what happens. Sometimes the parents can
They're the
eventually get
ward
their
of the
kids back.
state. They're a ward of the state until the parents either get them back or they're adopted. So what you're
Exactly,
advocating for is that
exactly.
so
Yes,
you're
yes.
advocating
I
for
think there's
should
millions of
also
children that should be taken by CPS. There you go. If you can't take care
so
of your
what you're
child,
advocating for is increased spending versus if we just let the kids be fed via food stamps.
no. If you cannot take care of your child, either
They're
you should
taking
go
care of the child
hungry.
with food
No, they
stamps.
can't. No, they're not. You already admitted, you already conceded to the argument that they would not be getting proper nutrients. 40% of people on food stamps are obese. So basically, you're advocating for these children to grow up with an obesity problem because you want them to live on food stamps instead of their mother getting off her ass and working a job. That's what you're
Again,
advocating for. 40% of people on food stamps are obese. which should be a reason enough for you to stop advocating for all these people to live on food stamps. If the mother cannot provide proper nutrition for their children, they should either be cut off completely, which in most cases I believe would motivate the mother. The child probably wouldn't even need to get taken away. And second off, if the mother is still not motivated by her losing her benefits, there might be underlying issues like drug abuse or mental illness or other circumstances where the child once again should be taken away. Because what kind of mother, after losing her benefits, is not motivated to work 20 hours a week? That's called an unfit parent, an incapable woman.
Have you heard of the benefit gap? The benefits gap. I'm sure somebody brought it up to you at some point.
What's your point? Where are you going?
Okay, so what the benefits gap is, you know what it is. Can we define it, or do you need a definition?
The benefits gap, it's the changes between the insurance and health perspective of the children. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the benefits gap is a concept in economics that says that when you hit a certain threshold of income, they pull away benefits from you, and crossing over that threshold is actually negative to you because the cost of benefits is higher. The income provided by benefits is higher than the money you'd be making from working more hours. If 19 hours crosses over the threshold for benefits, you're creating more hungry children because the extra hour that the parent's working isn't actually going to go to feeding the children because they've lost all of their benefits and therefore can't provide in the same way that they once were.
I don't understand anything of what you just said. So why can't they work
Taking that
20 hours instead of 19 hours? Because they're lazy and they don't want to work?
No, you're just entirely wrong. The way that
On
the benefits
what?
gap works.
You can work 20
The way,
hours in 2 days and then have 5 days
hey,
off.
hey, Graham. Okay, $7.25 an hour
It's
for
not
20
about the money.
hours.
It's not even about the money.
It is about the money because when you cross over that benefits threshold, which is a lot of the people who are getting pulled off of food stamps, they're not just like too lazy to be working. They cross the benefits threshold where they're making too much money to be on food stamps, but not enough to be in a stable condition. Food
Okay, if
stamps
they can work
provide
20 hours a
subsidies.
week, they realistically should be working a full-time job. The 20
If they
hours a
can work
week is
20,
not supposed to be forever. It's supposed to be temporary.
if you're
Until
working, okay, let's say you're working single mother. She has to work 20 hours a week to take care of her kids because she can't afford childcare because she's not making enough money for that. She crosses over the benefits threshold. She's no longer getting food stamps. She's no longer getting Medicaid. She has to pay for
that's
private
income
insurance,
based.
which, yes, income that she is now generating because
Okay.
she worked that extra
So,
hour.
so how
That's what the
what's the benefit gap? What's the threshold?
when you cross over the line, I believe it's around,
You're not going to make that
it's
much.
12,000,
You're
it's $1,000 a month, I believe.
it
It's
depends
the
on the
federal
state.
poverty line. It's
The, fe-
130% of the federal
the
poverty
federal
times for federal
poverty
benefits.
line is about 20,000 a year, I believe.
Let me check. Either way, it's still crossing over that federal
I
poverty
don't think
line.
so. No, it's
Where
not. For a family, let's see. How many children? You want 2 children or 1 children?
I don't care about what the federal poverty line is. I care about what it is. I care. So it's $42,900 for a family of 4. If they cross over that line, they no
Okay,
longer receive federal assistance.
you're never gonna earn that much working 20 hours a week. You just punctured a
If the,
giant hole in your entire theory.
hey, what's 15? Let's just take it like this: 15 times 20 grand. What's that?
Let's see, 15 times 20, 300, and then you have
That's.
taxes out of it, so you're gonna have about 260 a week, maybe 250 a week times 4.
Do
You're
you
gonna make
think
a
they take
thousand dollars a
taxes out of?
month.
Do you think they take taxes out of it when you're
The,
like going into?
if you earn over $15,000 a year, yeah, they're taking taxes out of it.
Yeah. Do you think when they look at your income, they take the taxes out of it and then say, "Oh, your post-tax income is what we're looking at"? It's pre-tax income that they look at for
Okay, if I
benefits.
grant you pre-tax income, it's irrelevant. You're not making $40,000, $30,000 a year.
15.
You're
Okay.
You're not. I don't even understand your argument. $1,000 a month, you're not going to earn 36, 33,000. Even if you're single, even if you don't have any kids, one person, let's see, $16,000 a year. You're still not going to earn $16,000 a year if you're working 20 hours a week.
If you cross that okay, if you work
You
an
don't
additional,
cross that threshold. That's the thing. You don't cross that threshold.
it's $15,600. That's assuming that you work 20 hours on the dot every
And
single
once
week.
again, if you don't have any kids, why can't you work full time? If you're looking at two people, it's 21,000 a year. You're not going to make 21,000 a year working 20 hours a week. So I don't even understand what your argument is. Did you not think any of these numbers out? There's not going to be any gap. There's not going to be any, what was the word you used for it? There's not going to be any
the benefits
there's
gap.
not going to be any benefits gap.
It's a
20
common
hours a
concept
week.
in economics.
Okay, but you're not going to meet the benefits gap working 20 hours a week. So I just blew a whole hole in your argument. The benefits gap argument does not work. Do you concede that? Yes or no?
Not necessarily. Again, it
What
depends
do you
on the
mean
job
not
they're working.
necessarily? What kind of job is going to let you work 20 hours a week that pays you more than $15 an hour?
It's $15. Let's say you're working $15 an hour plus tips. You could easily cross that threshold. If you work
You
too
would have
hard,
to make $1,000 a month in tips. And cash tips are a lot of times not accounted for because it's not on your paycheck. And the majority of tips are done with cash. Once again, I don't know any restaurants. I'm sure there's some out there, and if you're working at a restaurant, you're probably getting $7 or $8 an hour, not $15 an hour.
It's between $15 and $25 an hour in tips. Again, if you have a particularly good day, you could cross that threshold.
Okay, you're talking about one specific job.
I'll use your tactic. There's a lot of articles and stories about this.
Well, let's just use the average restaurant employee salary if you want. You want to do that instead? The average restaurant employee salary is $29,000 a year.
Which crosses the gap.
What's the gap for two people? I think it was around 30,000.
28,132.
But that's full time.
28,132.
$29,000 is full time. That's 40 hours a week. Probably most times a lot more than that. So if you divide that by 2, you're about 15. The argument you gave makes zero sense. When you break down the numbers, the benefits gap argument does not fit this debate. You might as well just concede your point because you're not making more than $27,000 a year working 20 hours a week.
Fine, we'll go back to the ethical argument. Why shouldn't we feed kids? What's a better program we could pour that money into?
Why can't the parents feed the kids themselves? And if they can't take care of their children, should they even have children?
I don't know. You're the one who's anti-abortion, so.
Well, you're the one pro-abortion that wants to murder babies. And at the same time, you're going to cry about the children in Gaza.
I don't cry about the children in Gaza.
Okay, then you're going to cry about the children in Iran.
I'm going to cry about the children in the United States of America. The 1.5 million who were pulled off of food stamps. Again, we have to be consistent in our ethics.
Okay, then those parents should work. If a parent cannot provide for their child, you believe that they should be able to be with their child and they should never be separated no matter what?
I believe that if a parent...
Do you think that's ethical for those children to grow up with a mother that's on drugs, or maybe they're not even on drugs and they can't take care of them? Or should they be put with a better family with more moral ethics?
We're arguing an entirely fictitious reality. I'm arguing from the perspective
this is a real reality.
I'm arguing from the perspective the family is able to take care of the children with food stamps. Otherwise, they would have already...
That's not taking care of them. That is the government taking care of the children. Where does that money come from? Does that money come from the mother? Does that money come from the labor of the mother? Or does that money come from my taxes?
You know what? Screw it. Graham, why shouldn't the government take care of children?
Because it's not the government's responsibility. That's not what the values of our country was.
Where should your tax dollars go, if not the mouths of hungry children across America?
It
What's a better
can
use for the
if the
food stamp
parents
money?
are it can in certain circumstances. Like I
Why
said,
should the
it varies
circumstances matter?
there because it's not black and white. There's nuance
It
to it.
is. It is black and white. It's
No,
either a
it's
hungry
not.
child or an
If a
unhungry
mother
child.
is doing drugs, why should I feed her children when she's shooting up dope into her arm? Do you think I should be paying for a mother that is using heroin and
Yes.
shooting up dope? I should be paying for her children. You don't think the government should
Yes.
step in and take your children away? You think those
I
kids
think
should
the
just
government.
grow up with they should grow up with their
I think
mother
the government
shooting up
should step
heroin in the
in.
kitchen?
I think the government should step in and take those kids, which is
Okay.
leads us right
So
back
there
to the
is
argument where
nuance
the
to it.
government
So
is
there is
once again
nuance.
taking the
It's
kids.
not black and white then. You just granted the premise that there is nuance.
I didn't grant any nuance because the
You
government's still
did. You
paying
just
for the
said.
children. You can't just say, well, there's a
It's
lot of
two different
nuance here.
things. There is. It's not everyone just gets food stamps or everyone doesn't. It depends on the circumstance. This is a very nuanced debate.
Sure.
That's why we've
And I
never
think
had before where everyone just gets food stamps no matter what. Because there's nuances to it.
there was an economic issue with food stamps prior to the Trump cuts, not an issue of hours worked. There's a lot of nuance in the amount of hours a person can work. Would you grant me that?
That's just what I said 2 seconds ago, and you were disagreeing with it. Now you're repeating my talking
No,
point.
absolutely
I,
not.
I said there's a
you want
lot
a
of
flat
nuance
binary.
to.
You want a flat binary here.
No,
Across
you
the
want a
20 hours,
flat binary. You
have,
said either they get
no,
food stamps or they don't get food stamps.
yeah, based on economic need, not based off of an arbitrary distinction of hours worked.
No, it's not based on just economic need. It's based on, based on if the mother is giving good living conditions for the child. And if the mother does not want to work 20 hours a week, the likelihood of them having good living conditions is very, very low. And it shows very low motivation. And especially if the father isn't there, the woman is already receiving some kind of government assistance and in a variety of programs. So there's really no excuses you can give for the mother not to be working 20 hours a week other than just not providing a good living conditions for her child.
If living conditions are solid and good, and she can't work 20 hours,
Then
and
she
she
would
meets
be
that
she would
economic
qualify for
threshold,
one of the exemptions then if that was the circumstance.
which the exceptions do not include single mothers who are working in full-time childcare, right?
Well, once again, it depends on their income. They can be working full time and still receive food stamps. If they have 4 or 5 children, they could be making $40,000 a year and still receive food stamps. I think if you have like 6 or 7 children, whatever the amount may be. But there are circumstances where the mother is working full time and she's receiving benefits.
Do you think stay-at-home moms, if their husbands don't make enough money, should receive food stamps?
What do you mean enough money? Enough money to survive? Or enough money to
Enough
buy food? Or what?
enough money to not cross over the economic gap, the gap here that we're setting for food stamps.
Once again, the mother should be working. If both parents are working, that would add another $40,000, $50,000 a year, which would be able to pay for childcare.
We believe in traditional family values, right? Should the mother not be at home with the children?
That's more of a 1950s. That's more really old school traditional values.
Graham, I've seen you before. You talk about how you very much believe in the 1950s traditional values. Have you lived that lifestyle?
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, that's because if you make enough money, you can. If you don't make enough money, then you unfortunately can. To live that kind of traditional lifestyle, you have to make enough money, or you have to be able to at least provide the bare minimum.
But do you not want mothers to be in the home with children? Because that shows a lot of good outcomes for those kids.
I do, but once again, the father has to be able to provide. If the father is unable to provide, then the answer is no. It's never up to the government to
Okay.
take care of you.
It's never up to the government.
In the
Take care of
1950s, if you were poor, the mother would work too.
Not necessarily.
If you were poor and you couldn't afford the bare necessities, the mother would also work.
At Celia
I
Escalante
don't think that was
donated
consistent.
$2 through Super Chat. Health
Employment
insurance
for women
benefits cards are
before
a
the
hassle.
1970s remained at pretty low totals,
Yeah,
below
sure. It
affordable
was
class.
very unlikely. There was not a lot of circumstances, but they existed out there.
Graham,
Traditional is not just about the woman being in the household. The number one traditional thing you can do, the number one classical conservative traditional values you can do, is taking care of your family at all costs. It doesn't matter how many people need the work. It doesn't matter about any of that kind of stuff. The thing that comes first is taking care of your family and your kids.
you believe in a strong America, right?
Sure. Where are we going here?
You believe that people should be provided the adequate things they need in order to succeed, right?
Not from the government.
Why not the government? Why
Because
should private entities? Why
what
should
is
private
the
entities
goal of
be
the government?
responsible for
What was
taking
the
care of
goal
you?
of the United States government?
The goal of the United States government is to provide for its people.
No.
To life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe those are, I don't know, the first lines of our
Yes.
Declaration of Independence.
Where does it say in the Declaration of Independence that the government should be taking care of you?
The Declaration of Independence says that the government is not taking care of the needs of its citizens adequately, and the government should be there to provide for the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of its citizens. If that's not, the government should take care of you.
Do you know the six core purposes of the six core purposes for the nation determined by the Constitution?
What are the 6 core purposes for the nation determined by the Constitution, Graham?
Form a more perfect union, basically improving the government structure, establish justice like fair laws and court systems, ensure domestic tranquility, protect our country with the military or whatnot, provide for common defense against foreign threats and other nations, and support
Hey,
the. Go ahead.
so provide domestic tranquility. That was
Yes,
a thing you listed, right?
protect the nation from foreign threats.
And then after that, you said literally provide a strong military, essentially.
Yeah, provide a strong.
What is
Yeah, sure.
so? There's
Common defense.
6.
That was
And we're
common
defining
defense.
2.
Huh?
If there's 6 and we're defining 2 as the same thing, and tranquility is bliss or happiness, then providing for domestic
No,
peace.
domestic tranquility is like the police and law and order, and common defense is like foreign threats.
Law and order was the first. It was the second one. So
No,
we're
the
just
law and
defining
order.
this
No,
one
law and order was the second one was established justice, which means fair laws and fair court
established
system.
justice, fair laws, fair court systems, and a way to enforce those. So right now we're left without a definition of embrace the provide for domestic tranquility, right? Because it's either the fourth one or the second one in your eyes.
Listen, if you want to argue with the Constitution, you can.
Yeah, I'm
All right,
arguing. I'm arguing
the
that you're
point is,
interpreting the Constitution wrong.
Well, I'm actually reading off something right now, so I'm not
So
interpreting it wrong. I'm reading this directly from study.com just to clarify some
study that.
points.
What is?
They have
And
a
what does
whole section of
study.com say that provide domestic tranquility means?
law and order, like local police. Anyway, my
So if
main point here was that there's nothing in the Constitution that talks about the government providing food, shelter, and basic necessities. That's not what our founding fathers envisioned for this country. And that's why welfare programs are relatively new.
when was the first welfare program created?
Well, we probably had it early on. I can take a look there. Here, let's see. Welfare Program USA First program. Let's see. I think during FDR, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was during FDR, during the New Deal. It was the
Yeah.
Social Security Act of 1935.
And then in 39 we had SNAP.
39? I don't think SNAP came in 39.
The first food stamp program, the predecessor to SNAP, was May 16th, 1939.
It said the modern SNAP program came about in 2008.
The modern one with EBT cards.
And the permanent food, the initial SNAP program you're talking about was during the Great Recession. That was done and
Yeah.
over with. They ended that in 1943. So that was temporary. The permanent food program didn't start until Lyndon B. Johnson in 1964 when he announced his war on poverty. And that
So,
was much different than what we have now, by the way. And
what was different about it?
let's see, I can read a couple things. Hold on, let me scroll. Well, first off, there was actual food stamps. Obviously, there was a booklet of food stamps, and it was mostly to discount. It was the discount stuff. It wasn't really to pay for everything outright.
So, it wasn't EBT because food stamps and
No,
SNAP still exist as a discounted term,
EBT really
right?
didn't exist until I think until the
Until
rebranding of the SNAP
2004.
program.
It
Yeah.
was in 18. It started in
So
1984
this,
and
so
then was finalized in
basically,
2008.
basically all this stuff that you're talking about, SNAP and EBT, didn't even exist until what 2004. So
Okay, it's been
the concept of living off welfare is relatively new in America. Is that fair to say? It's not was not part of our founding
no.
principles. Our founding fathers did
Reagan was
not
talking about
envision.
it in the 80s.
Sure, but that was that was relatively recent.
That was 46 years ago. Neither of us were alive.
Okay, but my parents were alive.
Yeah, I'm not
Our
talking to your
parents,
parents. I'm
our
talking to
parents
you.
saw this whole welfare thing arise.
The 1984 SNAP
And when my
EBT
great
pilot.
grandma was alive, which I knew my great grandma, my great grandpa, they grew up where there was no food stamps at all.
And children regularly starve to death.
Well, not as much as they did in other countries.
Do you think we should be better than other countries? Right? You agree with that? It's basic
We
premise. Like
shouldn't
you
just
guys,
give free shit to anyone. Nothing free exists. Everything should be earned. This is not a new concept. It's been like this for
it's
thousands of
not.
years. Either you work or you starve. We don't live in a utopia where we can just feed everyone for free.
But we do live in a society that's good enough that we can provide for everyone,
It's
right?
not. It's
We,
not.
or at least most people.
We don't even have affordable health care. We have homeless veterans on the street. We have problem after problem after problem, and you want to give people that refuse to work free food. That seems like it should be like the final thing that our country does. Once we fix all of our other problems, that seems like we should give that. But until we resolve all of our issues, then we shouldn't be given free food just to give free food.
I
Just
think
because we
veterans should be
feel bad because people don't want to work.
I think veterans should be taken care of. Uh, like full stop. You know, my father fought in the Iraq War. And I believe that he's not being adequately taken care of right now. But you know what? That requires spending. That requires us to spend on things.
Yes,
We
but you
can't.
want to spend on food stamps for all before you take care of your.
Again, when have I ever in this conversation advocated for food stamps for all?
Well, you said anyone that needs it can get it. Anyone that's low income that needs it can get it.
I am advocating for rolling it back to 1 year ago. And you're acting like that caused economic devastation, despite the fact that that program existed
I just
since
don't think those parents
1984.
deserve it. No, it didn't
You
exist
just
since nine. This is SNAP. SNAP didn't exist until 2008.
in 2008 they changed the system slightly. The Food
No, it
Stamp
was a.
Act happened in 1964. The trial period for EBT
It's
started
not
in
even.
1984. In
It
2004, it was finalized.
it
So
literally
what are
has a.
we talking about here? You just
It
don't think
changed.
that people deserve to eat.
If you don't work, you don't deserve to eat. Yes, you are correct.
Oh, we're operating off a Marxian principle now.
Listen, it's
From
historically
according to
accurate.
his ability.
Huh?
Oh, so we live in the feudal era now.
No.
So we should be better than the feudal era.
We
We should
are
be
better
better
than the
than the
feudal
Stoics.
area. If you're injured, if you get
Exactly. So
sick,
we
or if
should
you
feed
get
people.
COVID, then you can get help. But if you're
Exactly.
perfectly able
And
to work, then you should work. You should provide for our society.
if you are unable to work because you can't afford childcare if you go to work, then you should be fed.
Once
If you
again,
are
what
unable,
scenario can you not afford childcare?
Childcare is expensive. It's one of the biggest costs for families.
Okay, then you should be advocating to reallocate that money for childcare instead of reallocating it for food stamps.
I think that if we provided childcare, we'd have a lot less people on food stamps. So we wouldn't
Okay,
need
so
to
then you
reallocate
agree we
any
should
money.
reallocate that money towards childcare rather than giving people free
We can,
food for nothing.
we can reallocate once the issue's fixed. Right now, the issue is hungry people, people with mouths to feed, not childcare. Childcare is an issue. We can address it simultaneously. We don't need to address one thing and then another. That's not how government works. You're acting like we have one issue we can only focus on at once.
Well, I mean, it seems kind of that way. We haven't solved any of the issues that we're having
Because of Republicans.
because of Republicans. Okay, what about when Obama was president for 8 years? Why didn't anything get
Obama,
fixed?
Obama tried to pass universal health care, a single payer system. You know who blocked it? Republicans in Congress.
Well, we
He
couldn't
passed
have
the
paid
ACA.
it. You want to talk about universal health care now? Because according to the congressional budget reports, it would cost around $4.7 trillion a year.
I don't think we should have universal health care. I think we should have a single payer system, a single payer option, like most countries do, where you pay about $20 additional in tax each month, and then you have the option to go with the government provided health care versus a private insurance company.
Well, that's something to consider, but at the end of the day, it may raise
Republicans
taxes.
blocked that. Republicans blocked that.
Okay, I don't believe everything Republicans believe. Do you believe everything Democrats believe?
I
And
believe
I'm
most
still
things
not a
Democrats
single
believe.
payer option. I think we should just go back to what we had pre Obamacare when health insurance cost $150 a month. Anyone can afford that.
How did Obamacare raise insurance prices?
Because it gave these private health insurances money from the government and mandated health insurance.
Yeah, while providing Medicaid.
Okay, so it raised the price.
Medicaid doesn't. Medicaid gives an option for people. The
Not
private
everyone
companies are the ones
qualifies
raising the
for it.
price.
Not everyone qualifies for it.
Yeah, and the advocacy I'm delivering you is that the solution should be provide Medicaid to those who want it within a private system for those who don't want it.
Okay, so how much would that cost us?
I don't know.
Well, then let's take a
I'm
look.
not writing policy.
Okay,
And
let's see how much
also,
it cost us then, because I'm not paying more in
also,
taxes.
why aren't you paying more in taxes, Graham? You do well for yourself, right? You can provide all your needs, put some
I'm
money in
not.
savings, right?
I'm not gonna be paying. I'm not paying the government more in taxes.
Why?
That's that.
Why? To get more
Because
stuff.
I work hard for my money, and
Like a
you and
transaction.
whoever else doesn't deserve it.
I work hard for my money.
Okay, then use your money, and I'll use my money.
Why should we? Okay, how does living in a country work? Do we not all provide into a universal pot that the government then takes to do things, right?
Yeah, that
Like,
doesn't mean we should complete. That doesn't mean we should just live in a socialist society, or doesn't mean we should live in a Norway or a Denmark or a Finland.
Why Norway, Denmark, and Finland are more capitalistic than us?
Because they don't have the kind of wealth we have.
They have more wealth per citizen.
First off, that's not true. Second off, we have a higher GDP. We have higher after-tax salaries. And third off, we create more millionaires.
We have higher gross domestic product because
They
we
have higher
produce more shit.
prices than us, by the way. Norway has higher
Yeah.
prices on groceries than we do, and they also have higher taxes.
They spend less money because they have healthcare provided to them. They have certain welfare benefits provided to them. They pay taxes that they would have otherwise just paid into these things. So I'm not advocating for you to go ahead and just pay
Listen,
more
I'm not
taxes
advocating for a country where the bottom 10% benefit and everyone else just hurts, because that's what you're asking for. 400,000 millionaires were created this year. Less than 10,000 millionaires were created in Norway or Sweden or Finland. We have the biggest. What are you talking about? After-tax salary? What do you want to look at?
No, not after-tax salary. So you said 10,000 millionaires created in Norway, right?
Probably less than that. That was just a bullshit number.
Okay. Let's just look it up then. If we're using bullshit numbers. You told me this was going to be harder this time, right?
Listen, if you want to live in Norway, you can.
I
What
wanna
you're
live in
asking
America.
for is a
Let's be
system
honest.
that does not benefit people that want to have corporations. I mean,
don't
I
see how that
completely
works.
blew a hole
Norway is
in your first theory.
my first theory is that we should feed children.
No,
You
that
still
was
haven't blown a hole in it.
your benefits gap. You lost the entire
Benefits gap.
argument.
The benefits
So
gap
how did I
still
not make it
exists.
harder for you? You lost your entire argument on benefits gap. You don't know what you're talking about.
Benefits-
You didn't know that mothers with parents that died received money from the government like Social Security. You weren't accounting for any of this stuff in your arguments whatsoever. You're
I know
completely
that.
wrong
I
on
know
all your
that.
numbers. Well,
I
then
know
why didn't
that.
you account for it in your argument? Why was I bringing it up?
I can't bring up every single intricate detail of every single argument. Otherwise, we'd be here for 75 years.
Well, it's
We
important if
can't.
you're going to debate and you're not going to
When you
mention certain
specify,
details, and when you get called out
when you
for it, you're going to
specify
say,
the
I knew that.
minutiae,
Did you know that you're not going to hit the benefits gap if you're working 20 hours a week?
it depends on the
Apparently
job.
not. No, it doesn't. It's impossible, brother.
It does.
There's
It
no
does.
job that you're going
If
to
you're
hit the
making 20
benefits gap. It's
if
not
you're making
realistic.
2516, if you're making 2516, which is the average for a restaurant salary worker with tips, very
25?
suddenly 2516. If you're
Okay, you're
hitting
still not
that,
going to hit it. That's $2,000 a month. You're still not going to hit it. It's a nice try.
that's 2,000 a month.
I hear you. Yes, that's $500 a week at 20 hours a week.
2516. That's $500 a week times 52.
20
That's
That's
500.
Huh? Once again, you should make it harder for me because when you bring up stupid arguments like benefits gap
25.
and you don't calculate any of the numbers, I'm just going to blow a huge hole in your argument. And then you're going to say, oh, I thought you were going to make it harder for me. I disproved your benefits gap argument, which I will say that was probably your best argument so far, but you didn't calculate any of the numbers. You just used some theory that you heard that might have been true in the past with different changes of numbers.
Graham, did you go to college?
Why does that matter? Do you live in a house or do you live with your parents?
I live in a house.
Okay, how many stories? How many rooms?
I don't. Does that matter?
Yeah, it does matter. You're trying to size yourself up to me, so let's see who's doing better. If that's your point,
No.
because apparently
No.
they didn't teach you jack shit in college about benefits gaps because you never calculated any of the numbers.
Okay. So it's 26,156 based on a $503 salary for 52 weeks. If they make an additional, I don't know, $5 in tips once in a while, that could very easily cross over the gap because it's only $200
Okay, so now you're
a
giving
week
what
the
ifs.
entire
Your
year.
salary already included tips. Your salaries already included tips.
It's an average, Graham, not a absolute.
Okay, so now you're making up made-up scenarios to fit your narrative. But in general, the benefits
I thought we were
gap
trying to get
theory,
minute.
in general,
I thought we were trying to
in
get.
general,
I
the
thought we were trying
benefits
to get
gap,
specific.
okay, there's always going
We're
to be
trying to get
outliers.
specific.
There's always going to be outliers to every argument.
And we shouldn't
But
provide.
a generalization would
outliers.
be you're not going to hit the benefits gap if you're working 20 hours a week. And if you do hit the benefits gap, you should probably consider going full-time.
But that full-time salary isn't equal to the amount of dollars you would get in benefits.
So you're going to get more than $50,000 a year in benefits from food stamps?
Not just from food stamps, from a variety of sources.
You can still get money from Social Security if you're working. You're still going to get that Social Security benefit.
Sure, but you may qualify out for subsidized housing. You may qualify out for certain subsidy programs.
Okay, most people don't want to live in subsidized housing. Do you want to live in subsidized housing?
I'd rather live in subsidized housing than no house. Once you
Okay, but if you're making $50,000-$60,000 a year, and you're also getting $2,000 or you're also getting $24,000 a year in Social Security, That brings your total income to around $75,000 a year. Wouldn't you prefer to live in a house than live in Section 8 housing?
If you're making $28,000 a year, which is where we're at, by the
No,
way.
I just said if you took this job, which was making $24,576 a year, and went full time with it 40 hours a week, you'd be earning $49,152. You have 2 children, you can max your Social Security out to $24,000 a year, which is the max amount of Social Security you can get if you're working. You would be making around $75,000 a year. So why wouldn't this person rather take that $75,000 a year, get a better situation for themselves than just living on Section 8 and food stamps? How does that make any sense?
Because childcare costs $2,239 a month on average. So you have to subtract that from the
Where
total.
do you get that number from?
Wonderscore.
What
I'm
was
just
the number?
using the
Wonder
I'm just using
School.
the AI overview. I'm just using the AI overview.
Let's see.
That's the average
What
for
are you
my
looking
area.
at? Are you looking at daily center
I
care?
I
What are the
just looked up childcare
specifics?
average costs. I just looked up childcare average costs. In my area, it's $560 per week.
$160. How much a week?
$560
A week.
a week.
That's not the number I got. I got $1,200 a month.
You're from Florida, right?
I'm not looking in specific areas. I'm just looking at countrywide average.
Sure, but like the cost in Mississippi or some like other
Okay, so you're
lower.
hyperinflating your number. I'm using the median.
Okay, that's fair. We can use the median. $1,200 a month is still a lot of money.
Okay, if you're making 5 or 6,000, if you're making $70,000 a year, you can make it work. It's not going to be
You're making
good, but
70,000.
you can make it work.
That's per child. That's per child. So that's all of your Social Security is gone. Then we
Okay,
just have
okay,
the
cool. So your Social Security pays for your child care. Okay, now you have $50,000 a year. You can survive on that. It's not going to be
the
easy, but you can
problem.
do it. It's better than living off the government.
Why is it better than living off the government? The government's providing a good life.
Because they don't provide you a good life. Have you ever been to Section 8 housing in your life? Have you ever drove through the area? Have you ever seen the inside of Section 8 housing?
Yeah, I've been in a Section 8 house before.
Okay,
Your
it's not
point.
a good quality of life.
It's not great, but it's
It's
better
not even decent.
than
It's just all it is a roof over your head. It's disgusting. You can literally rent any apartment for $1,000, $1,200, $1,300, and it'll be better.
it depends on where you're at. What Section 8 housing have you been to?
All around the country. I haven't been to O Block or in Chicago or any of the roughest neighborhoods, but I've seen it before. He put himself on mute. I don't know what's going on. I liked how you backed down when I asked you how many floors and how many stories of your house because you're trying to talk down to me. Oh, you ever went to college? How is that relevant? If someone's economic situation is better than another person's, then why does it matter on their education, especially if they can't even make a valid argument for their initial point about the benefits gap? I really don't understand. Especially if we look at welfare rates for the Democrat Party, we can go ahead and look at that too. Democrats take way more welfare, yet they're 3 times as likely to be college educated. Oh, he left completely. Oh, there you are.
Hey, great conversation. I have to go deal with something. So,
All right. Oh, peace out.
yeah. You have a nice night.
You too.
Bring me on whenever.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Listen, I was just really curious of it always happens with Democrats. They try to talk down to you, and then you ask them about their living situation, how their house is, where they're living at, how many rooms it has in it, and then they cut you off completely. But they always want to ask you, you got a college degree? I could be a trillionaire, and it doesn't matter if I have a college degree because I'm doing better than you. It's really that simple. Elon Musk doesn't have a college degree in rocket science, but he still has the #1 space company in the world. That's just a Democrat cope. It's not even relevant to the conversation. They're just trying to demean you and talk down to you. Oh, they got this master's degree, they got this degree, yada, yada, yada. Now, if you're a doctor or a lawyer or you're an engineer or a programmer, that's great. You probably didn't waste your money on your degree. But if you got a college degree and you're making $60,000 a year, you failed. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. And that's when the conversation kind of stopped, if you noticed. But let's see if we can get another guy in here. Get those likes up. Get those likes up. If you guys have any questions, comments, anything y'all want to talk about, make sure you guys drop some super chats. I'm here for it. But I just don't understand why Democrats always go to either demeaning you or talking down to you. They can't have any real conversations. It's kind of sad, honestly. I mean, like I said before, a Democrat is 3 times as likely to earn a college degree, and they're twice as likely to be on some kind of government assistance. Well, I'll say they're about 1.8 times likely to be on government assistance. So obviously those college degrees ain't working too well out for you, are there? Not to mention, we're not just going to give people free stuff because the parents refuse to work. Plenty of y'all probably grew up with single mothers and you know exactly what it's like when your mother had to go out there and work 2 or 3 jobs because she didn't want to disappoint her son or her daughter. College degrees are not the way to survive. If you really want to learn how to survive, you should learn how to build a business, or you should learn some kind of trade or anything like that. But get those likes way, way up there. Bro, I quote all of my statistics. I literally quote all my statistics. Every time I say it, I say I get it from this article, I get it from this article. People live in cars and they survive. Yes, they live in cars and they survive. Plenty of mothers have to sacrifice. Plenty of them. I'll see if we can get this other guy in here maybe. But get those likes way, way, way up. Excuse me. I have plenty of facts on my side. If you guys want to debate, you can join the Discord down below. You can join the Discord down below. I love the fact that that dude's entire argument was about the benefits gap, and he just kept saying people should get free shit even if they don't want to work. I mean, that is ridiculous. For thousands of years, our country has operated on, not our country, sorry, our societies have operated either you work or you don't work. I got nothing against college education. I went to Trump University for business administration. All right, should we get this next guy on here? Should we call in and get him on here? Work is a privilege, but anyone can work. Anyone can work. That's my perspective. Anyone can work. Palestine does not exist, Jerry Seinfeld. But get those likes way, way, way up there. I agree, GGB. Were you watching the last part of that debate, or did you just hop in here? Let's see what he's typing me now. I'ma stay up for this, Graham. I appreciate that, brother. Salute to the Euro and Travel Army. Get those likes way, way up there and subscribe if you haven't already. All right, let's get this guy in here. Let's talk with him. Hey, man, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
I'm good. So where do you want to start this conversation off? I can see that you have a lot of things that you want to say about the Iran war. You want to start there?
Yeah, we can talk about the build up. We can start on. I know I'm seeing you're wearing your Trump hat, your Trump 2028 hat, and while I'm not against some kind of third term uh presidency, it definitely should not be a guy like Donald Trump. But we can start with we can start on Trump, and that's gonna probably segue pretty well into Iran.
All right, I'm listening.
All right, so when you look back at the history of Trump, the past 10, 11 years. He's made all kinds of big promises for the right wing. The right wing was essentially dead. I mean, it was, everything was totally woke, liberal ideology, white people are evil, gay liberation, feminism, et cetera, et cetera. Um, and then Trump came on and was like, hey, let's take the country and make it like it used to be. We were industrious, we had factories, we made things, and I am seeing none of that in our current situation. He has failed on almost every point that he stood on whenever he
Can
was
I
campaigning.
respond to that initial statement? What about Apple building factories? What about Nvidia building factories? What about the new steel manufacturing that we're bringing back into our country? And what about the trillions of dollars of investment into our country to build new factories and facilities and industry in America?
Yeah,
You're just going to throw all
absolutely.
that away?
I mean, I'll add to it. Amazon, Amazon's doing a lot of big pushes in the United States as well. Google, huge amounts of investment in their big tech firms and whatnot, data centers. But the point of that is, after they're built, they don't produce really any jobs. A lot of these are going to be dark factories with minimal manning. They'll have some maintenance guys and some tech bros that they're probably going to give
Yeah.
H-1 visas
Well, I
to.
do
But I
disagree
mean,
with H1. I will tell you, I do disagree with Trump on H1B visas. I think we should cancel those altogether. But as far as the factories being more or less fully automated, there's not really any way we can get away from that. But it'll still benefit our country because then we don't have to buy stuff from China or other countries and put more money in their pocket. But I do agree that it's not going to create as much jobs as it used to. But that's unfortunately how our factories and our world operates now. AI and automation is taking a lot of jobs, and there's not really any way of
yeah,
stopping that.
absolutely. And with that, okay, so like let's just pause the conversation there because I feel like that's a good point to lock into. Um, you're talking about, these are going to be let's just I'll concede the first portion, which is that initially it will be a huge sharp rise in jobs on the ground for like contractors, construction companies, that kind of thing. And then, independent tech guys that go out there and code the lines. But once the factories are running, let's skip ahead 10 years. Once those factories are running and they run with minimal human input, uh, cool. We've still got a surplus of immigrants and foreign-born nationals in the country that are all going to need jobs as well as the native-born Americans. So that
Yeah.
kind of leads to the next thing, which is the mass deportations, the securing of the borders, the pro-American
Yeah,
native.
I do agree. We do need more deportations. I'm not going to say that I'm disappointed because we're still seeing more deportations than any other president in history, and it's very difficult logistically to deport as many people as we need to, but I do think we should deport all H-1B visa holders. I do think we should get rid of all the temporary status. We should get rid of all the anchor babies, which obviously there's a Supreme Court decision. We might need to fight that again in the Supreme Court. But I do believe we should get rid of a lot of these immigrants and these anchor babies in our country, or at the very least, we should stop any more anchor babies from being allowed to gain citizenship. Maybe not deport all the anchor babies, but just stop allowing so many anchor babies to be,
Yeah.
you know, get citizenship. So I do
Okay.
get what you're saying there, and I think we should get rid of tens of millions of these people, probably like 100 million, 50
Yeah,
million,
I am
something like that.
absolutely on your side. I'm absolutely on your side with that. My thing is, so now I'm going to bring it back to Trump. If not him, if not now, then when? Then who? Because it's not going to be Trump. Let's be honest here.
It
You're
has
at
to be
school.
someone. It has to be. Our country has to be more accepting to more right-wing values, which unfortunately I don't see ever happening. I mean, the best thing we can wish for is someone that's a little bit kind of like Trump that will continue to do the deportations, and maybe over a long period of time we can make it happen. But you know, that's going to be also very, very difficult. And I don't think we're just going to get some ultra white right winger unless we do get someone that's a socialist and somehow if we get someone like an AOC and she's president for 4 years, then I think that's going to make America become extremely, extremely right wing. And then we might get someone that's right wing enough to do mass deportations to like a heavier level where we're just not really caring about people dying from ICE or anything like that. We're just going to rip them out of their homes, rip them out of schools, whatever we need to do, because we have, you know, about 1 to 2 million illegal alien immigrants in our school system alone, and those people should be a little bit more easy to locate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. On the way to work, I pass 3 flock cameras every morning, and you're telling me that you can't just identify. Like, I understand this is YouTube, and I'm not trying to get you in any trouble, so I won't go down this sharp turn, but I'm gonna allude to it. We know what the people that need to be deported, that they're easy to identify. So it's the people that can't speak English. It's the people that stand out in a crowd. Um, and again, this is causing nothing but problems, and I'll even side with you a little bit because I don't see you as my enemy necessarily. I can see that you're super pro Trump, which means I think you're not far
I'm
enough
not
along.
super pro Trump, but I don't really agree with everything with the right wing completely, like the far right wing. And I also don't really agree with everything with the Republican Party, but I'm more less aligned with more on the MAGA side. But I do wish that obviously every president hasn't kept, like, there's always a president no matter what that they can't keep all of their promises, because we don't live in a dictatorship. You can't just do things with a snap of your fingers. We have the three branches of government. We have this due process. We have all this stuff, which makes it very much more difficult, which I also do respect our Constitution and the way it is, but we live in a slow democracy.
See, the Constitution, I used to be pretty similar to that. I was on board with the Constitution, but I mean, at this point, I mean, if the rule is what got you here, then what use was the rule? I mean, it's being weaponized against us. It seems like constantly during the Biden administration, they were bearing down and just absolutely throwing the Constitution, throwing the laws, throwing the rules out the window, and just gunning for their political enemies. But then Trump gets in office and he's flaccid. He doesn't do anything for anyone. As soon as he goes into Minneapolis, oh, sorry, the Supreme Court said we can't do this anymore. Pull everybody out. It's looking bad on the PRs. But then they flare up a war, another forever war in the Middle East, like we're all gearing up, ready to go and die for that. This
Well,
just
you
doesn't
said a
make any.
lot. You said a lot. I would like to address. I do agree we should have never pulled out of Minnesota, but at the same time, like, if we don't respect the Constitution, if we just start doing whatever we want to do, they're going to get rid of Trump and they're going to impeach him and they're going to put a Democrat or a far leftist in power. But I wish we would have just stayed in Minnesota. But obviously there was court orders, like you just mentioned, and that was a whole scenario. And if Trump if like they're already saying Trump is not following the Constitution, that he's unconstitutional. Obviously, I disagree with that. but at the same time, they're trying to do whatever they can to get rid of him, to put a leftist, Democrat, or socialist president in office. So I rather just pull out of Minnesota or follow what we got to follow than just completely lose any moderately right wing leader in our country, because we already had to deal with the last 4 years of President Biden. And they're looking for any little thing to impeach Trump on. They're looking for any little thing to get rid of him. They already impeached him twice last time and they failed. We already have this whole thing with the midterms, and if they win, they're probably going to try to impeach Trump. And then if they get rid of Trump, I don't know, I guess JD Vance or someone else that's not going to be as good. And that's going to be a whole scenario. But into the Iran thing, I do have a lot of talking points. So you think Iran's going to be a forever war? I mean, we are leaving Iraq in September. We're supposed to leave Iraq. I mean, I know it's been about 20 years. We had the Afghanistan pullout. That was pretty terrible. I think we both agree on that. But as far as Iran, I look at obviously I was pretty young during Afghanistan and Iraq. I have mixed feelings about that. You know, I'm not really a big fan of Islam or child marriage or those things. And right wingers are constantly asking for a crusade. And I mean, this is the closest thing that we have to taking on Islam, other than what's going on in Dearborn, where we have Jake Lang doing his Dearborn stuff. This is like the closest thing we have. I think, you know, Islam is an enemy. I think Iran is an enemy. I think if we, you know, obviously I don't think you're going to trust some of these sources that I'm gonna present you here, but we have 2018 Operation Stealing the Reality. Have you ever heard of this?
No, go ahead.
Operation Stealing the Reality is basically, and mind you, this was in 2018. If they wanted to drag us into a war over this, they could have. This was rather silent. Like, most Americans never heard about this before. It was a special operation that Israel conducted with Mossad, and they found 100,000 documents in Tehran in a warehouse. They went in at 3 or 4 in the morning. They kicked down the doors and took everything, and they found plans to build a nuclear warhead. And they also found military plans of Iran trying to figure out how to take down all of their enemies with these nuclear weapons, such as America and such as Israel. And these were 100,000 documents. They detailed how to build a nuclear warhead, how to build a nuclear bomb, where we're going to send it, what we're going to do with it. And I mean, there's even more evidence that we can go from there. We have in 2022 where I think it was 2022 or 2023, where the supreme leader of Iran said that they have the technology to build a nuclear weapon, and they can and they will. And also we got in 2026 where they killed 100,000 of their own people and continuously tortured them. Go ahead.
Hold on. 100,000. It started at 20, and then it was 40, and then it
It's
was
around
50.
it's 100,000 injured and wounded. But I think it's honestly dead. I think they're honestly dead. But the numbers are irrelevant. There was basically a civil war going on, and there was tens of thousands of people that died, or 100,000, whatever number you want to give. It doesn't really bother me.
100,000, make it a million. I legitimately don't care. That sounds like super much their problem. That has nothing to do with the United States. It has partial to do with Israel and the Kurds and whatnot, but that has nothing to do with us. We shouldn't be involved in this at all.
So you don't think we should be in the Middle East, even after I told you about the operation of the Stealing the Reality and what the Supreme Leader said?
So if the Supreme Leader said in, what did you say, it was 2020, 2020?
2023.
If they've been saying that they're close to a nuclear bomb for like 30 something years. All right, they've been pushing this narrative that Iran is going to gear up with a nuclear bomb, and
Sure. But we also have enough evidence, according to the IAE, which was the nuclear commission that was regularly checking on these nuclear facilities, that they had 60% enriched uranium, which is enough for a nuclear, a dirty bomb, basically, which can basically kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people with the current enrichment they had. And also there was some nuclear particles detected that were 89%, which is basically 1% away from building a nuclear bomb. But they already had enough reportedly to build a nuclear dirty bomb. They were caught trying to purchase nuclear centrifuges. And even if we just never had any involvement in the Middle East, what would that do to like gas prices and oil prices when countries are completely just bombing each other left and right, and the big dog America is not stepping in or saying anything?
So none of the countries that we're talking about right now, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, none of these countries independently want to be enemies of the entire world. Um, if Iran in 2020 gained a nuclear bomb, well, what happened when North Korea, who's led by a psychotic turbo killer Kim Jong Un, everyone's terrified of him because he's fucking crazy. He got a nuclear bomb. What's happened since then?
Well, I think he got a nuclear bomb back in the 1950s. Um, but as far as that situation goes, that should have never been allowed to happen anyway. That's another nuclear threat that we've had over our horizon for a long, long time. But that's why we put so many soldiers and so much military out there in South Korea. But they
Okay,
know
so
better than to do that because, there's a lot of different technologies that Japan and South Korea have to kind of stop that. But I do agree with the North Korea thing. I've heard that argument a lot of times, but that should have never been allowed to happen. Just like Pakistan having a nuclear bomb should have never been allowed to
yeah,
happen.
nuclear proliferation across the board, of course. But at the end of the day, if they get the nuke, all that does is turn it into a complete and total stalemate. It's going to end up being just a shadow war, just like we're in with Russia, just like we're in with China, just like we're in
Well,
with all
yeah,
the
but
other
sure, but Russia and
enemies.
China go by a different morality, and so does North Korea. They go by a different morality. You're talking about a country that believes if they kill you and they die in the process, that they're going to go to heaven with 70 virgins.
Okay, so that's do not get me wrong, I'm not a fan of Islam, but that's mostly propaganda. Think of what's happening right now. Right now, Iran holds all the cards. All the cards right now. If they wanted to flatten their neighbors that have allowed us to use them as trampolines to launch our missiles, to launch our drones, to launch our bombing campaigns
They've
against
launched
them.
everything. They've launched almost everything they have. And I can pretty much prove this by just looking at the amount of rockets that they were sending into Israel. On the first day, they sent like, I don't know, a ridiculous amount. I think it was like 400. And then a week later, they started going down to 300. And then they started going down to 200. And now there's basically been no rockets hitting any neighboring countries, including Israel. I mean, if they really had all the weapons you claim they have, then they would have never lightened up on the attacks and they would still be pretty active. And plus, you don't think our military is competent enough to basically destroy the majority of their arsenal? They probably still have some stuff that we don't know about. I'm not doubting that, but you really believe the strongest military in the world is losing to Iran? And what metric do you believe that they're losing? Because they have far more casualties, they've lost far more money, their currency has dropped like 99%. A loaf of bread is $75. I mean, what metric do you think that they're beating us at?
The fact that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed and we've
The
stopped
Strait of
bombing them?
Hormuz is open.
No, it's not. No, it
So
absolutely is not.
there
We
has
can fact
been.
check, we should fact check this live right now because no, it is not. The average traffic through the Strait of Hormuz a year ago before the war was like 160 ships
Yeah,
a
sure.
day.
We're not letting
Now
other
we're
people's ships go through
yeah,
because we're not going to protect them. But our ships can go
okay.
in and out as
No,
much
no,
as
no,
they
no, no,
want
no,
to.
stop you there. The world's most powerful military, but we can't open up the strait.
No, we're opening for our boats. We're not going to be paying for other people's boats. Why would we send rockets to protect Europe's boats?
Then why are there no oil tankers passing through? Why are
There
there
are
why
oil
are
tankers passing through.
go in? That's absolutely not true. That's
It
absolutely
says
not
right
true.
here, it says current, I'll show you on the screen, by the way, is the Strait of
And,
Hormuz
and
open? The
the
Strait of
question
Hormuz
was,
is officially claimed to be open, but it remains severely restricted. We have is open and operating. The U.S. military has used a stealth operation to transport oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So there is oil
where's that
being huh?
where's that coming from?
I mean, that's just coming from an AI overview.
Because when I
But
looked at this yesterday,
there has been multiple tankers that have gone through.
Iran shot one yesterday.
That was not ours. That was a Muslim ship. Like I said, we're not going to be protecting other people's ships. We only care about America's ships. Has a single American ship has
American
a
oil doesn't flow through there.
has a
American oil
single
there.
yes, but we have
Straight.
our ships that we're in favor of. Has a single American ship been shot down?
I honestly don't know. I don't know how many American ships travel through there other than our Navy.
We have assisted 1,300 commercial vessels over a recent period getting through the Strait of Hormuz. And mind you, the majority of our oil doesn't even come from Iran.
Yeah, it doesn't come from Iran. It comes from Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
We're the number one oil producer in the world. That's another benefit from this. When Trump took over Venezuela, we went from number 5 in oil sales to number 3. Then when Trump went into Iran, we went from number 3 to number 1. We're the most energy dominant country in the world. We produce more oil than Saudi Arabia, and we sell more oil than Saudi Arabia. We sell more than Russia, we sell more than Saudi Arabia, and we produce more. So this also has kind of put us back on the energy dominance playing field.
The war with Venezuela is one of the very few things that I super supported Trump on. I think what he did down there with kidnapping the president and essentially seizing that territory for us economically was a boon, but I'm still kind of waiting to see the benefits from that.
Well, we've received billions of dollars in oil money. We've received billions of dollars in oil shipments, and then we've been using these oil shipments or we've been selling them. I think we've been selling them mostly because we have our own oil. But what about the operation stealing the reality? You don't think those plans that we found, you don't think those 100,000 documents of them trying to build a nuclear weapon makes anything? Because it's kind of hard to tell when someone is actually able to make a nuclear weapon unless you have actual nuclear plans. This isn't just something that you can learn on YouTube.
Right, 100%. Yeah, that takes years and years of dedicated research. That's why we targeted their scientists and their particular like nuclear sites. But at the end of the day, again, like, how has this been in our interest? Like, in a few within the next few months, let's say we finally strike a deal, a temporary ceasefire with Iran, we're gonna back off because at this point we really don't have a whole lot of a choice.
I don't really
Whether
want a
to
ceasefire. I don't think we're going to come to a ceasefire. I think we're going to end up blasting them until they're gone. I think it's going to happen very, very, very soon because,
how
we
are we gonna
already
do that?
by
That's
we have by
sorry.
sending 4,000 fighter jets above Iran and just bombing the living shit out of them.
You mean like we've done for the past 6 months?
No, we've only sent a couple hundred at max.
Bombed them like 30,000 times.
Okay, we can bomb them 30,000 times in 1 hour. We have 12,000 fighter jets that we can deploy.
And
we
and
have
the point,
we have the two biggest navies in we have the two biggest navies in the world.
and it's
Sorry,
not
the two
gotten them.
biggest air forces in the world. Sorry,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes. No, you're good. That's not gotten them to capitulate at all. They're still
Yeah,
hard.
like
In
I
fact,
said before, if you know Islam, they do really believe that if they die, they're going to go to heaven with 70 virgins. Why do you think suicide is so high in Muslim countries? Why do you think Islam commits 70% of the global terror attacks?
oh yeah, I'm not like advocating for Islam. I'm not saying that they're happy-go-lucky people. What I'm saying is they're still in control of the region. We've not been able to dislodge them, and the only way that we can escalate is doing what you said. We can either step up bombing campaigns and start targeting their civilian infrastructure, like their power plants and their bridges and their hospitals.
Yeah, once we do that, there's going to be a civil war because no one wants to live in those kinds of conditions.
No. Once we do that, the IRGC is going to start bombing Saudi Arabia, Israel
They've
again,
already
but they're
done that.
not
They
going
don't
to
have
hold
very
back.
much rockets.
That is absolutely factually incorrect. We've I won't speak
How
for
much
that. That's
rockets left do they have? I mean, do you
that's
have
what the
any idea? How much rockets do
Pentagon
they have?
put out that they within 6 months they will be back to pre-war levels.
In
We
6
haven't even
months?
depleted
How?
half. We haven't even
How?
depleted.
With what money? They can't sell
They're
any of their oil. Their whole GDP is only 300 billion a year.
they're a
And we've
self-sufficient economy. They've been preparing for this for 50 or 60 years.
self-sufficient on what? You can't live in an isolation.
Fucking don't tell me that. Tell them, because what they're doing is working, and this is totally going to
So you're telling me
destroy
their GDP hasn't shrunk?
the GDP of what, Iran?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about their stockpiles.
Okay, how much
Like what they have
stockpiles do
on
they have?
what they're going to have, what they're producing.
What are
They
they
can
going
produce
to have? If they produce
drones.
anything, we're going to bomb them. They don't even produce their drones. They buy them from Russia a lot of the times.
They buy the technology and then they replicate it. That's what they've been doing. All these facilities that we were targeting, trying to destroy their missiles, trying to destroy their missile launching platforms, they're all like underground. Same with their manufacturing facilities. They're underground. It's very expensive for us to hit them, and they can just make more. A lot of them are mobile. This isn't
Okay,
coming from me.
eventually stuff has to cross across land, and we have radar, we have satellite imagery that's going to see anything. Like, it's not like Pakistan has some deep dark tunnel where they can just sneak in through there and put everything. It has to come above land at one time, and we're keeping a very, very close eye on them. And if they have so many rockets, why did they stop all their attacks? Their attacks were nonstop for months, and then all of a sudden they just stopped attacking. And you're telling me they didn't run out of weapons, or they're not running low on supplies at the bare minimum?
We're also running low, and they know it. And like I
We're
said, they're
not
still
running low. There's no evidence or data to say that. I've heard that talking point over and over again. That's not public information. That's just false. You would have no idea if we were running low, and I don't believe we are running low. Not when we have the largest, you realize that Russia has attacked Ukraine more than we've attacked Iran, like probably 4 or 5 times as much. And Russia is not running out of any weaponry anytime soon. So they've attacked. You can Google search it yourself. Russia has attacked Ukraine probably 10 times harder than we've attacked Iran, and they are not running low on weapons. And I'm sure you agree with me that we have a lot larger stockpile than Russia does.
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. But the point is Russia isn't gearing up to fight a whole bunch of countries. We're talking we
Well, we don't
cannot
have to
focus
fight a bunch
all
of
this.
countries.
We always do. Of course we do. We have been for the past 60, 70 years. We've been the
Yeah, but
world's
we don't need
police.
to fight anyone else but Iran. Obviously, I would like to see us take Greenland. I would like us to see us maybe take some other places, but Cuba, Greenland, I would like to see that. But we don't need a lot of military power for that. That can be done in a day or two, just like Venezuela. But how do you feel about Israel and APAC? Because I do know that we have a trade surplus of around 20 to 40 billion a year, just on consumer goods and services that our country profits off of them.
What does Israel produce?
No, I'm saying they purchase from us 20 to 40 billion dollars a year in profits of consumer goods and services.
Through like defense like
This is
purchasing
not including
weapons?
military. No, this is nothing with military. This is excluding military. If you include military, the number is much higher than that. This is just simple
Well,
goods and service, trucks, uh, you know, chemicals, equipment, all kinds of different stuff that's not military related. Food products, all that kind of stuff. Probably not food products, but other stuff like that.
I have no idea.
And they also, with their money, supplies 250,000 American jobs through investment. They're the size of New Jersey, and they are 20th in top investments into the United States from other countries. They rank number 20.
Oh, I definitely believe that. But I mean, the same could be said about someone like China. I mean, China invests heavily in the United States in farmland, agriculture, pharmaceutical industry,
Yeah, and
tech.
we wouldn't want to cut off our relationship with China either, even though that we have a rocky relationship. So how do you feel about Israel? I'm just curious.
Oh, I mean, I have a general negative opinion of Israel.
Is it
But
because of our financial relationship? Is it because, well, what's the specifics on it?
our financial relationship, their control over the media, their control over our government,
How do they have
the
control over our government?
uh, like 90% of Congress
That's
supports
also,
APAC.
oh, okay, and APAC is not funded by Israel.
You're right. It's funded by American Israelis. Like they're
Like
Americans,
who?
but they're also Israelis.
Once
What do you
again,
mean,
what
like
is
who?
wrong with APAC? And APAC isn't even in the top 20 biggest lobbying groups. How do they control America when they rank like 22 or 23 in the pure size of available funds for the pact?
What do you mean by that?
They rank 20, like in terms of how much money they have to spend on our politics and lobbying and whatnot. They rank 20. And what is wrong with APAC?
Who ranks above APAC?
Blue Cross, Blue Shield, um, a bunch of big pharma corporations, a bunch of insurance corporations. Um, let's see, top 20 biggest super PACs. Let's see, I'll look it up real quick. But I know Blue Cross, Blue Shield is number 2.
Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yeah, they're number 2 biggest PAC. Let's see, super PAC rankings. Okay, we got LSF PAC, we got Fair Shake, we got the Democracy PAC, which is number 4. We got the United Democracy PAC, which is number 5. We got the Leading Future PAC. We got America PAC, which is Elon Musk's PAC. We got Win for America PAC. We got Restoration for America PAC, number 9. We got Texans for Conservative Majority PAC. We got Conservative Americans PAC. We got VPAC, we got American Conservative Fund, we got Digital Freedom Fund, which is a crypto PAC. We got Club for Growth Action, which is ranked 15. We got LVC Victor Fund PAC. We got Defend American Jobs PAC, which is another crypto PAC. We got Pine Tree Results PAC. We got One Giant Leap PAC. We got School Freedom Fund PAC. We're already passing 20th place. I'm just looking at super PACs, obviously, because those are the real big PACs. I don't even see APAC on the anywhere near the top 20.
But the good follow-up question and all of that, how many of those PACs are advocating for foreign governments and for foreign relations? I mean,
Well,
I'm sure there are some. I'm absolutely sure there are some,
we
but
do have foreign
how many of
lobbying
them?
PACs from other countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia, but those are
Yeah, sure, of
not
course,
ranking in the top 20 super PACs. Those are under a whole nother category altogether. I think those are foreign lobbying PACs.
absolutely. But when is the last time that we really got involved in a war for Qatar? And I'm sure Russia is also meddling in U.S. politics through shady money and political pacts. But when's the last time we fought a war for Russia or China
When was the
or
last
got
time we fought a
involved?
war for Israel? Do you have any evidence that we went into this for Israel?
Yeah, Marco Rubio basically said it himself. He said that if we didn't join Israel's attacks, that they were going to do it themselves, and we all know we can't let them do that.
I don't think that's exactly what he said. I think he said something along the lines of Israel is going to attack anyway, and we saw a weakness in Iran, so we went ahead and jumped in. But even if your comment was exactly verbatim what he said, that still does not prove that we went out there for Israel. That just means it was in the best interests of the United States to team up on a country that already had plans for America. I mean, they've been screaming death to America for 47 years. You're telling me this has nothing to do with America whatsoever?
It is in America's interest, somewhat, to keep other countries in check, like Iran, like China, like Russia, of course, because I want Americans to stay on top. I want the United States of America to remain the most powerful country on earth. But
And
we
if
are
we're
over.
controlled by Israel, sorry, you can go ahead and finish. I didn't
No,
mean
you
to
go
interrupt
ahead.
you. I'll go ahead.
You're
Okay. If
good.
we're controlled by Israel, then why did we ever even do a ceasefire in the first place when it was quite obvious that Israel's objective was to just keep firing into Iran unlimitedly? Why did Trump say, no, we're going to stop, we're going to try to talk this out? And Israel got really pissed off, and we still didn't attack again for like, I mean, we haven't attacked since then. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe
Oh,
here
for the
and there, but
well, if you're talking about the memorandum of understanding, that broke a few weeks ago when we reinitiated the campaign again. But we've just now recently stopped firing. I
yeah,
think this is
the point was we had constant ceasefires, and that was obviously against what Benjamin Netanyahu or Israel wanted. So if we're controlled by Israel, wouldn't they like be able to get us not to do ceasefires?
well, I mean, you just said yourself that you think that we're going to go back in and annihilate them and destroy
Well,
them.
I hope we do. I think that's the best option. I don't know 100%, but this is just all made up scenarios. That's what would be in the best interest of America. If we leave now, we're going to look weak, and countries like Russia and China are going to probably take advantage of us because you remember during the Afghanistan pullout, that was such a disaster shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. So we can't show any signs of weakness because that makes scenarios like this where Biden did a shitty pullout of Afghanistan. They laughed at him. They said how stupid he was for giving up and doing all that and not listening to the plan that our military leaders have established. And Russia shortly after invaded Ukraine. I mean, I literally think it was like in a couple days. Maybe it was even the day after. So we obviously can't look like we're a weak country. And if we stop now, it's already too late to stop this. The best thing we can do is just bomb them into oblivion now, or get them to agree to some kind of deal where we're not giving them any money, which I was not really a fan of the MOU. I made a whole video about it, how I think it's really not a serious offer. I didn't think they were ever going to get the money because for multiple reasons, but I'm not really going to go into that now. I'll just talk about how Trump had a recent tweet where he was addressing Iran's request for money. And he said that we're no longer going to give them money, that they have to pay us money for all the damages of the war and also for Hezbollah, Hamas, all these other terrorist organizations that were paid for by them. He was requesting them to pay us money, which obviously they don't have. So that's probably just going to cause us to like blow them into oblivion, basically, which I'm in favor of.
Yeah, I just don't think that that's how it's going to shake out. Because if we escalate and start bombing them into oblivion or whatever, they're just going to retaliate to all the neighboring countries like they
Well, they
have
already
in the
did
past.
that. They're eventually going to run out of
But
bombs. We got Saudi Arabia is now attacking on. We have Saudi Arabia and Ukraine both attacking Iran, and we have other countries. I think Qatar and maybe Bahrain. I think did some attacks on them. But we have multiple other countries that'll bomb the shit out of Iran that'll join us basically, and they have joined us, but not exactly like coordinated military attacks, but they've joined us in attacking them.
I guess only time will tell, but Iran did specifically state that they're not going to target the Saudi desalination centers and their
I believe
energy.
I believe the Houthis have targeted that recently. I'm not 100% sure, but I know they targeted some important
That may
infrastructure.
be that may be true, but the Houthis aren't as equipped as the IRGC are. They're not going to be able to do the damage. They're not going to be able to completely wipe it out like Iran could.
Well, I mean, we've already seen when they attacked Turkey that their rocket was stopped by NATO. So we already know it's possible to shoot down their rockets and prevent them from hitting countries.
We've been shooting down their rockets for months. It's just very expensive to do so.
Well, that was done by NATO, which I do know that we fund a lot of it, but it wasn't really directly by America. But yeah, they're going to piss off a lot of countries because they've bombed countries like an airport in Azerbaijan. They bombed that, which was an international civilian airport and had nothing to do with America whatsoever. So it kind of already shows you that they're very irrational. Like, what country bombs an international airport that has nothing to do with the United States?
When did that happen?
That happened around, I think, February, early March. That happened in early March because the war started February 28th. So that happened early mid-March.
All right, I guess only time will tell. But in any case, have a good evening. I'm gonna head out.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Appreciate the call in.
Yep, God bless.
Have a good night. God bless. That was a pretty good conversation, guys. I enjoyed it. But get those likes way, way, way up there. Get those likes way up there. God bless everybody. God bless him. God, we agreed on a lot of stuff. I do disagree with Trump on H-1B visas. I do disagree with a couple things with Trump. But if you guys have any questions, comments, if anyone wants to call in, you guys can call in. Make sure you subscribe. Get those subscribers way, way, way up there, chat. It is Friday night. If anyone enjoyed those last couple debates, if you want to drop some super chats or some memberships to show some love, that would be much appreciated. I think we had some pretty productive conversations go on. But get those likes up. We have a bot, by the way, that's reading every single super chat, comment, and question. Did you guys enjoy that, though? Let me know in the comment section, yes or no. Let me know. Did y'all enjoy that? Comment down below. Was that a good debate? Get those likes way, way up there and subscribe. Did you enjoy the last two debates? Yeah, F Cuba. F Cuba. Let's get another freeloader who doesn't want to work. I like that debate. Yeah, I'm all for that. If anyone wants to join in that lives off welfare, or you're like a Democrat socialist, I would love for you to join, with all due respect. With all due respect. I am going to play this clip real quick here. Play a couple seconds of Donald J. Trump, and then I'll react, and we'll pull someone else into debate if you guys want to debate. Give a thumbs up. Let me know if you guys enjoyed that. Just say W if you enjoyed the last 2 or 3 debates that we had. We had 3 debates so far tonight. So if you guys enjoyed it, drop W's in chat. Let me know if you liked the debate. Get those likes up. Subscribe. Join the Discord if you guys want to join. Call in, welfare queens. We're looking for some late night welfare queens. You can join that Discord right down below, and we can get right to it. Discord link is in the bio. There's a Discord link pinned. Let's get some young black welfare queens in here, or anyone. You don't have to be black. I'm just joking. All right. I'm just joking. But get those likes up.
In this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war, their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now.
All right, where's those young welfare queens at, guys? Where are those young welfare queens out? Have a great one, Green. Let's see. Y'all talking about anything else in the chats? Y'all talking about anything interesting out here? Anyone else want to debate? I'm looking for it. Um, how many blue states run a surplus? Not many of them. Get those likes up, chat. Get those likes up. I'm just looking for anyone else that wants to debate. Let's take a look here, man. Let's see. But that guy was relatively intelligent. I'm not gonna lie there. Obviously, we had some disagreements. Let's go to the debate channel.
But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%.
Listen, if you guys want to debate, we can have a good conversation. We can have a respectable debate. We don't have to do any name calling or anything like that. I mean, it's really, really simple, guys. It's really, really simple like that. It's really, really simple like that. I mean, I thought that was a pretty good last debate. Here, I got some ideas here. Oh, shit, my freaking headphones fell out. My headphones fell out. Let's see, yo. We'll just react to this for a second.
But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us if we gave them the call. Gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us.
Joe's War? Joe's War? Really? Really? Joe's War? Man, hella people inactive.
On Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled.
Hey, what's up, Celia? I still see you in the chats.
We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, They buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the stage 6.
Let's see. I'm getting some messages, chat. Maybe we'll get someone in here. I think we got someone. We're going to get Cone in here, chat. We're going to get Cone in here for about 20, 30 minutes. Listen, if anyone else wants to debate, you guys can join the link down below. If you want to show some love to the channel, you can drop some super chats. You can get those likes up. Let's see. All right, I'll call him. Let's get this in. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, brother?
Life is good. Life is great. How are you
You're
doing,
on
brother?
stream. You're on stream, just so you know. So try to keep the profanity down if you don't mind.
I appreciate
I'm
you.
doing good. I just did 3 debates back to back. You should have seen the first guy, dude. He was so, dude. He kept telling me that we should have food stamps for everyone, and he was talking about the single mother. He's like, well, the single mothers they can't work 20 hours a week because childcare costs so much. And then he
Mhm.
said, what if the dad's dead? I said, well, they're already going to be getting Social Security. He said, 2 children and dead dad. I said, yeah, they're going to get $2,500 a month in Social Security money. That can pay for the child
Not
care, and
only
then they can
that,
work.
if the father had a life insurance policy, they're going to benefit from that.
Hmm.
Like, uh,
It was a losing
that
argument.
shit just cracks me up. Like,
And then the
it
dude
is a
had the
lazy
balls to come
argument
up to
because
me.
it's like,
Yeah.
if you're, a man or a woman in general in life, the least you could do is use protection when you're having sex. Like, I'm sorry, but it's so hard to convince me that I should be paying for people who made shitty decisions in their lives.
No, he tried and he tried and he tried. And then when he started losing his argument, he started screaming at me. He's like, do you even have a college degree? And then I asked the dude, I asked him about his living conditions, and he got really mad. And then he said, oh, I got a family emergency. I got to leave.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah, that is funny how it works. He ran away. So, what did you want to talk about? You said geopolitics. You want to talk about the Iran war again? I just got done with a guy talking about it.
Well, among some things, yes. It was more in general the American geopolitical situation that we're in today. And it's the fact that, we, for the longest time, were being responsible as being the world's police force. And
I
now
don't think
we're
that's
just
true.
being
I
man.
disagree with that. You think Obama
You
was
don't think so?
responsible you think Obama was responsible? The man was bombing Lebanon and Yemen, and he even bombed Syria every other. He was bombing some random countries in the Middle East every weekend. He was bombing Libya, Yemen, and Syria. One of the
Oh,
three.
yeah. The difference, I would say, is that we weren't declared at war with any of those countries.
Well, that's because people look at it differently now. They don't. Back then, when we were bombing Syria, no one said we're at war with them. When we were bombing Libya, no one said we're at war with them. Just like when Barack Obama deported people, no one was complaining.
100%. And I agree
So it's the
with,
same. It's the same thing with the bombing
all
of the
those
other countries in the
positions.
Middle East. No one said. Only places they said we were at war with was Afghanistan and Iraq. That was because we had soldiers over there on the ground. But no one ever considered previously if we bombed the country that we were at war with them. But what about divine destiny? Do you believe that? Like that was originally a lot of. I think it was. I don't know who exactly came up with divine destiny, but basically it was that we should control the entire Western Hemisphere and we should look to expand the American empire. I'm not saying anything in the Middle East, but I'm talking like the Western Hemisphere, like North America and South America and all that area, Central America, wherever.
Well, you don't have to call it any type of fancy word. I mean, you can look this up. This is what Trump literally said his intentions were. And it's a quote unquote term, the Trump collery. It was Trump announcing that his intentions are that the Eastern Hemisphere is America's hemisphere,
Yeah,
and
that's what our
that is
founding fathers
where we're
believed.
going to play.
Yeah, that's what our
Right.
founding
But
fathers
how are you
believed as
going to
well.
sit here and say that you're going to focus on, American protection and American values, and at the same time get yourself involved into a Middle Eastern war that at the same time you said you would never get yourself involved in? Like, I
Well,
just don't get how.
I honestly think this is. I mean, we can go over all this already, but I'm pretty sure we already debated about Iran like twice. But I'm willing to go down this path again if you want. I just had a debate with a guy about it, but sure. The whole thing with Iran, there's multiple things we've been having. We've done military action against them every couple years. Every couple years. Biden moved 6,000 Marine and Navy ships over to the Strait of Hormuz. Biden, I believe, seized one of the Iranian oil ships. That's kind of an active war. That's kind of conflict. We've been having battles with the Houthis, which are like 100% Iranian backed. We've been having battles with them nonstop for years. They're basically like, at this point, they're basically like a freaking branch of the Iranian military. Um, we have Hamas, we have ISIS, which I also think was funded by Iran. We have many other terrorist groups that we've been fighting that were directly backed and funded by Iran. We have had multiple bombings of American embassies, and just not even in 2026. I'm just talking about in the 80s and so on and so forth. Before the 80s, after the 80s. So we've had military action with them pretty much nonstop for 47 years. And I even looked this up before. The longest amount of time where we didn't have any kind of action directly with Iran, I think was like 4 or 5 years. But if you include the terrorist cells, then we've never it's been nonstop for 47 years. They're like the
But for
number one
me
funder
personally,
of
bro,
terrorism.
like, none of that shit matters. What matters is what you're saying that you're going to do as our president, right? And if you are going to sit
And
there as our
he said
president
no.
and
He said no more
say,
forever
and
wars.
no, not only that, he said no more Middle Eastern conflicts.
Well, that's not something you can guarantee.
Then why would you sit there as somebody who is being elected as the president of the United States and make guarantees that you cannot hold yourself to?
I don't see anything about no more Middle Eastern wars. I just Googled it. It says no more wars and no more endless wars.
Gotcha. So, semantics aside, he's saying no more wars. And within a year of being our president, he got us involved into a war.
Do you
Would you
think
or would you
Venezuela
not
was a war?
say that's hypocritical?
No, because I don't think this is a war. Now, if it goes for 2 or 3 years and Congress declares war, I would say it's a war. Or if it goes like a couple years or even a
So
year or
why
two
is it
years,
not a
maybe.
war?
Well, a war is defined as something that has to be signed by Congress. Even though I know there's been multiple conflicts that they called wars, but we're just talking about semantics right now. I mean, we can get into the nitty gritty. I mean, I don't think I'm going to change your mind about this no new wars thing, and people have already heard this argument. We might as well just skip right into the nitty gritty. I mean, I
You're
think I
right.
told
And
you
if
this
we're getting
before.
into the nitty gritty, you're right. There hasn't been any wars declared by the United
Since
States
World War II.
since the Korean War
Okay, yeah.
in
You
the
got me
early
there.
mid 50s, you
Yeah.
know? And
Hmm.
let's think about our track record with every single conflict we've been involved in since the 50s.
I think we've won all of them because we never surrendered, we never gave up, and we had more kill to death ratio. We had a higher kill to death ratio.
You think we
Now we might
had,
have failed. We might have failed on some of our military objectives, but just because you fail on an objective doesn't mean you lost a war. There's multiple metrics to look at.
okay. So let me ask you this. Uh, Referring to like contemporary examples with the Iran war, how would you say we would be winning the war if it wasn't for the completion of any military objective we had?
Well, military objectives are like if you want to give it a 10 out of 10 winning stance, we destroyed their nuclear facilities, we killed the supreme leader, we wiped out 50,000 troops of the IRGC, um, we destroyed their we destroyed their entire navy of 160 ships. We destroyed their economy, their currency lost 99% of the value. Um, they don't have any central authority in their government anymore. They don't really even know who runs the country because the supreme leader's son hasn't been ever seen by anybody. There's even some reports from Israel that allegedly they believe he fled to Russia or he fled to somewhere else. So there's no real central command in Iran. Um, we've cost them a lot more money. We've achieved all of our military objectives. We have a lot higher kill to death ratio. Um, I think that's pretty much it.
Well, I'll counter this with two things. One, I would say our military objectives in Iran have changed quite drastically over the period of time of which we're conducting operations there.
We have a lot of
Like for
different ones.
example, you know, our the original goal I was hearing was overthrowing the Iranian supreme leader.
Yeah, we did that.
The next The next goal I heard about was destroying all Iranian military targets.
We did a lot of that. There's probably some targets that we still need to find, but I would say that we could argue that we've done that as well.
I guess what I'm trying to say is if we have completed all our military objectives,
We haven't completed all of them. I think there's two more major ones. I think we've completed, let's see, we took out the Supreme Leader, we took out the nuclear facilities, we took out a lot of the IRGC, we took out the Navy, we got rid of a lot of the rockets and ballistic systems. That's 5. I think we have 3 more military objectives to complete until we've completed 5, and I would say we have 3 more left. Number 1, try to overthrow the regime altogether. If we can get rid of the IRGC altogether, that would bring a greater world together, and then we could become allies with the new government of Iran, like we used to be allies. Number 2 goal, obviously, would be to open the Strait of Hormuz completely open for everyone. And then number 3, which I think is going to cause the most divide in America and the most political divide, would be I do believe we need to. I'm not even saying America needs to do it. Maybe it's Israel, maybe it's Qatar, maybe it's Pakistan, but someone needs to go into Iran and retrieve the uranium and the nuclear materials that are still there. But they got sent deep under the ground. But we bombed them back. Let's see. We bombed them in February. 2 reasons we bombed them in February. First reason was to take out the Supreme Leader, but no one knew he was dead until March 1st. We attacked on February 28th, the last day of February. So I saw the attack, and then I believe maybe 8 hours later, or maybe even the next day, he was confirmed dead. But the second reason we attacked was because we found that they were digging up the nuclear materials at the nuclear facility that we bombed into the ground, that they were trying to dig up, so we attacked them right then and there. So we've definitely accomplished a lot so far, but obviously those last 3 objectives are really important for, I think the most 2 important are overthrow the government and, well, the first one I would say is open the strait. Number 2, I would say overthrow the government or whatever order. And number 3 would be probably someone needs to go there and secure the nuclear materials because they've been trying to dig them out of the ground. And that's why we bomb them when we see them doing that.
I mean, I do agree with you. I don't think Iran is a good country, and I don't think it's ran by good people at all. I think it's ran by people who genuinely want nothing but,
Destruction, death.
yeah, destruction, death, ill consequences to all Americans. And I fucking hate that shit. But at the same time, bro, at least me personally, I gotta think about the facts. I gotta look at to what has happened, right? And if we're saying we're going to try and make a regime change, as for my first example, and the only thing we do is kill Supreme Leader Khamenei to replace him with Supreme Leader Khamenei. For me, that doesn't make a big difference.
The people need to get
B,
into the people need
if
to
you're
do it.
going to say our goal is control over the Strait of Hormuz, then how is it we don't have control already with the most powerful
Well, we do have control.
navy on the planet?
We do have control, but we're just not willing to protect
We
everybody.
don't.
Well, it's open
don't.
right now. I think we're bringing around 90 ships a day through. We've brought over
Okay.
1,300 ships through in and out since this war has started.
And
not a single American ship has ever been sunk.
I would ask you, where are these ships traveling through?
What do you mean by that? What country? Where are they
because
going? What's the
what
destination?
I'm trying to say is they're not just traveling through this straight willy nilly because
Of
Iran
course they're not. They have to ask for
planted
our protection.
thousands of sea mines in
No,
the
that's
Strait
been
of
disproven.
Hormuz.
They've already done a full investigation into that. They found no sea mines. That was a bluff.
So why are these shipping companies not just
Because they can still get hit by a rocket,
forcing?
but they don't have sea
Okay,
mines though. They can still get hit by a rocket, but they don't have sea mines.
okay. So ships freely traveling through the Strait of Hormuz can at any time be hit by an Iranian rocket.
Once again, I ask you, what American ship has ever been struck by an Iranian rocket? There hasn't been a single American ship that I know of that's been hit by an Iranian rocket. Now, there's been other nations' ships hit by us, but they weren't granted our protection. No ships, either American ships or any ships granted protection by our military, have been hit.
Okay. So say if that point was true, right? No American ships or more, no American defense guaranteed ships have ever been hit in the Strait of Hormuz by Iran. What about any other ship on this
Well,
planet?
other countries have to step up and protect them. America can't be protecting European ships, not unless they pay us for protection. Now, I believe a couple of them did pay for
So how are
protection
we going
before.
to sit here and say that we're in control of the
We
Strait of
are. We're not going to
Hormuz?
protect people for free. We already charged money many times already for it, but we're done charging money and we're done protecting them. That's the recent news. That has nothing to do with us. We're just here protecting uh, our interests. We're not here to protect Europe or other countries in the Middle East.
Okay. And what I'm trying to say is take that for granted. It doesn't matter what ship you have or what nationality it's flown under. You can operate under the Strait of Hormuz, right? If you're traveling through there, you have to pay Iran money.
No, no one's paid
To,
Iran.
what do you mean?
Who's paid
That
Iran?
that is
Oh, China. I think
that
China paid
is
them
how
once.
that is how international waters work. If you're within a
Yeah, but
certain
we
amount of
blockaded their
mileage,
blockade. Do you understand? We blockaded their blockade. That means even if they pay Iran to go through, they still have to pay us because we're blockading their blockade. So if we
okay.
see any
So your point, so your point is they're paying two people instead
no,
of
if they
one?
pay Iran, we ain't even gonna let them through. We don't care about the money that much. If they're on Iran's side, we ain't letting them through. That's why we blockaded their blockade.
I I think you're oversimplifying it. I think if you are a ship who is flying under the Indian flag and you're going through the Strait of Hormuz, I think you're going to be paying the Iranian toll fee to
Why would
get
you pay
through.
the Iranian toll fee instead of paying the American toll fee when we're gonna block it? We're not gonna let you come. We're gonna call up Modi and we're gonna say turn that
Because
ship around. We're gonna
because at
call
the
the
end of the day, America is not going to go around sinking random
no, we're
commercial
not. We don't
ships
have
for no
to.
reason
No, you're
and
right.
not for
We don't have
and
to. We
not for
can
lack of paying us.
we
And
don't
that's
have
the
to.
difference
We
is
don't have to. A blockade
Iran
can be due by just blocking the waterways. We can just
the
block the
difference
waterways.
what I'm trying to say is the difference is Iran will fly a suicide drone into your ship for not respecting their waterways
Okay, we'll shoot
versus
their drone down.
America. You know? America is not going to fly a suicide drone into a commercial ship
No,
for
you're
not
right. We're not. We're
respecting
just gonna call
international
India.
waterways.
We're just gonna call India and say if you don't do what we say, we're gonna A, make sure your ship can't get through, and B, we're gonna tariff your country 200%. We don't have to resort to violence. We have other ways that we can get at their country. We can call their leader. We can make a multitude of threats like economic pressure and economic sanctions and tariffs and all this other stuff, and then tell them on top of that we're not going to let their ship get through. Not saying we're
I
going to do violence,
100%
but
agree. I 100% agree with you, bro. And it makes me beg the question, why the fuck haven't we done that yet?
I mean, I'm sure we have done that. We don't see everything that goes behind the scenes.
I mean, brother, in terms of international energy trade, we literally do.
I mean, I relatively, comparatively, what's going on in Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, we probably know about 2% of what's going on. First off, there's dozens, if not thousands, of articles, and there's probably thousands of stories that don't make the news.
I 100% agree.
So it's hard to
100%
say.
agree.
Then we don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. And Iran also had to stop producing oil because they have nowhere to put it. Because they can't sell it and they can't trade with it because we're having sanctions on them and we're freezing more of their stuff and we're getting more involved in the economic factor. It's economic D-Day.
Well, I agree and disagree with you on that point. You know, it's the same thing with Russia. While, yes, we have sanctions on them, they still do shadow trades. Like,
Well,
for
that's what
example, with
we went a little
Russia,
bit harder.
they have an
Russia's go
entire
ahead.
fleet of shadow oil tankers who are selling their oil to other countries
They don't really
despite
need
our
to do
sanctions.
that. They don't really need to do that. Most of their oil is just sold to Georgia, and then Georgia sells it for Russia.
Are you talking about Russia
Yeah, Russia
with
sells a lot of their oil to
oil?
Georgia, and Georgia they can just sell it to they can just sell it to their they can just sell it to other countries at discounted rates, or they can do trade
I
partnerships under
disagree.
the.
I disagree because I think Russia was the one of the largest oil producers on our planet within the last 10 years.
Yeah, America's number 1 now. What's your
You
point?
know,
You're telling me that they're not going through Georgia to sell oil?
no, they aren't.
You sure about that? The Georgian Dream Party is extremely pro-Russia, and there's been multiple articles about them
Well,
allegedly
yes,
selling Russian oil.
I'm sure there's Russian oil being traded over land. Yes, I'm sure. But it is much more cost effective to trade it over sea.
Is it? I think vehicle transportation is more cost effective than shipping.
It is. Because I'll give a contemporary example. On this job site I was on 3.5 years ago in Schenectady, New York, there's a steel manufacturing plant 3.5 blocks away from the job site I was erecting the steel at. And yet our steel came from the UAE. So it was cheaper to fabricate the steel to the blueprints on our job site, ship it from the UAE all the way to America, drive the steel from a port that it was shipped to our job site
I get what you're
versus
saying, but how is that? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Then versus buying U.S. steel, right? Is that what you were gonna say?
I yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, we're in a capitalist society and economics is going to rule a majority of the decision making that is done.
What do you think about what we did in Venezuela?
Uh
Are you against it? Are you for it? Or are you just kind of indifferent?
In terms of like politically, I'm all for it.
What about economically?
Um, I think what Trump didn't really help us.
It gave us billions of dollars of oil.
It didn't.
It did. I mean, I can pull up an article right here. They shipped us billions of dollars worth of oil. Let me find it.
Okay, so you're saying they shipped us billions of dollars worth of oil.
They're
How do you
sending us
even extract the oil?
they're sending us 500,000 barrels of oil a day.
Okay. And I would ask you, what is the quality of that oil?
It's being refined at U.S. refineries, but sure, I can tell you the quality. You want to know if it's crude oil?
Well, I don't know if you're aware of this, but like the oil that is traded on our planet, right? They all have different names, right? Like US oil is called Brent crude
Yeah,
oil.
yeah, I know that.
Russian oil is called Ural oil. There and these
It's called
oils
well, it's not an
that we're
exchange or
talking
anything.
about,
Yeah.
the oils that we're talking about are dependent on their grade and quality
Okay, I get what you're
and
saying. The
how
type,
easily and how
yeah.
tough it is to refine this oil.
Well, it's called the
And it just
Aramco.
so happens that the Venezuelan oil that we're talking about is the lowest quality grade of oil and the hardest to refine versus any other oil production sites on this planet.
Sure. I mean, I don't think that's 100% true. I don't know, but what I can tell you is that the type of oil it's first off, it's sour crude oil, which is great for diesel and jet fuel. It's ultra low fuck, I can't say the word. Sulfur, fuck. Diesel, it's basically for diesel. It's really good for diesel fuel and aviation fuel. And it's also good for you can do a bunch of stuff with it. You can turn it to asphalt, petroleum, all kinds of different stuff, obviously. But yeah, it is a decent it's a bit decent oil. And we are refining a lot of it. And even if what you're saying is it's not the best quality, it doesn't change the fact that it's valuable. It's still worth billions of dollars.
That is true, but you also have to take into account the cost,
Well, yeah, but
right?
they're giving
Like
it to us for
if you
free, and we're giving them some of the profits that we make
they're
off of it.
not giving it to us for free though, because
They,
President Trump literally had to sit in the White House with all these energy CEOs, forcing them to commit a promise into developing infrastructure to refine this
yeah,
Venezuelan
we
oil.
need more refineries anyway because we lost 2 refineries in California.
The difference is our oil is a much higher grade than Venezuelan oil.
Well, do you know how much gas cost in Venezuela per gallon? It's six
I
cents.
don't.
It's around 6 or 7 cents a gallon.
And how much does it cost here
Obviously, a
while
lot
we're
more.
taking billions of dollars of their oil?
Well, obviously, we produce way more oil than Venezuela. We're number one in oil
So
production
we
in the
produce
world.
way more oil than Venezuela, and we're taking Venezuelan oil
Which is
and
it's
our
yeah, it's giving
shit.
us billions of dollars. It's profiting our country. Yeah,
It's not.
it is. Some of that profits goes back to us.
It's not when our government deficit hit $40 trillion for the first time in
Yeah, yeah,
history.
sure, sure, but it doesn't change the fact that we're making money different ways.
You brother, you can't be making money if you're driving the largest government deficit in human history.
Yes, you can. Let me make an analogy for you. If I have $1 million in debt and I'm making $100,000 a year, am I not making money? Am I not making money? Like, it doesn't matter how much debt you have. If I have $2 billion worth of debt and I make $1
Yes,
million
you are
a year,
technically making money,
okay, you're
but
running
at
a
the same
deficit.
time,
Yes,
you
you're
are
running a deficit. But
also $900,000 in
yes,
debt.
yes,
And I don't know if
yes.
you're aware
So,
of this,
yes,
but debt accrues interest.
yes,
So
I know that. I get that, but that's not the
unless
point.
your
The point is we're
revenue,
making money. You can't deny we're making money from Venezuela.
for me personally, yes, I do deny that.
You do deny
Because
it.
for me personally, in order to see an organization or a group of individuals or an individual in general making money, that means for me, their revenue has to be more than their debts.
You're talking about if it's a profitable business or not. You can still run you can still run a company that's making $1 million a year if you have $50 million in debt. Now you might be losing money year after year, but it doesn't change the fact that you're still making money. We're producing income. Is that correct? We're producing income from Venezuela?
That's incorrect.
So you also do not believe that, even though we've collected over $13 billion so far from the sale of Venezuelan oil?
I'm not denying that. What I would
Okay,
like
then
to
what would you call
see
it? What would you
is,
call it? When you make money from another country, what would you call that? If a country writes us $1 billion check, what would you call that?
for me, the difference is what you would define as making money, right? Like if I'm a company who's $1 million in debt and I had $100,000 in revenue,
I get what
like
you're
you said
saying. It's
earlier,
not going good. But what would you call it though? What the question is, what do you call it? Do you call it revenue? Do you call it profit? What do you call it? How should I describe it?
I would call it uh shit, I don't even know what I would call it.
So you don't have a descriptive. So why can't I just call it profit or revenue?
Because of the definitions
I'll
of
call
those
it revenue
terms.
then. Okay, revenue is money generated. Profit is money that you made from a business after you subtract the expenses. So I agree. Profit's probably not. I mean, we made profit on this business deal, but our country isn't making profit, but we're making revenue. Revenue is the total amount of money a business earns by selling goods or services before before expenses are subtracted. So revenue is counted before expenses are subtracted. So by definition, it would be revenue. Profit is what remains after subtracting all the operating costs, taxes, and expenses, which I would also argue we're making profit on this business deal. It fits both definitions. But I get what you're saying. Our country, has a deficit. It's been like that for 40, 50, 60 years.
Well, no, it hasn't.
When was the last time you ran a surplus under a 4-year term of a presidency? All 4 years.
I can't name an example of a president running a surplus, but I can name an example of a president running a non-deficit program like Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton ran a surplus for 1 year, and then the other 3 years he ran a deficit. I mean, I already talked about Bill Clinton today, but I can pull it. I already talked about this today, but let's see. Bill Clinton deficit. and surplus years. Let's take a look. I can pull up the years again because it's been a while. Uh, Bill Clinton turned a record $290 billion deficit into a 4-year consecutive budget surplus. So he had 4 years. He had a
A
couple years.
4-year consecutive budget surplus.
Yeah, but I believe didn't he run for 8 years? Yeah, from nine. Oh wait, no, that's 4 years. Was it really 4 years? Okay, in the first year he had a surplus of 69
It
billion.
was.
Second year was 239 billion. Okay, that was all right. That was 30 years ago. That was 25 plus years ago.
So it's definitely possible.
Here I can tell you what Bill Clinton did. Let me pull up all the details because now I'm interested. Let's see. Let's see. What did he do? Oh, he raised taxes. That's what he did from 31% to 39% on corporations, which you probably were not a fan of. He dropped our defense spending and he dropped and he raised our taxes. I don't really think that's something you'd advocate for. And he stopped paying for so much. Also, public debt dropped. So, is that something you'd advocate for higher taxes and less spending on the military?
Yes. I think uh unemployed people should be entitled to the most tax.
So, you
And
tax
I
them.
think
And if we
my
just
bad.
raise our taxes, if we raise our taxes every single time, like he already raised our corporate tax rate from 30% to 40%. So if we just did that every single time we were in debt, eventually our tax rates would be like 90%.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I am not in favor for the increase of tax in general for like the average person. But I do feel like people who are entitled to our social programs should pay more in tax.
So basically, people that
I
make
say
twenty
this
thousand dollars a year.
I say this for I'll give a great example, a great contemporary example, right? Like if I was to work 24 hours in a work week, I would get taxed much less than if I were to work 40 hours in a work week.
Yeah, I agree that it's fucked up. The harder you work, the more you get taxed. But I also disagree with taxing people in general that make under like $100,000 a year because I don't think they should be paying tax. But I also don't think they should be living on welfare either. But I also disagree with people paying 0% tax, even though that's basically impossible because you're paying taxes no matter what. But I do think we should have my plan. If I could be president, I would get rid of taxes for anyone making under $100,000 a year, and I would just give a flat rate tax for anyone making more than that. There's going to be no tax loopholes. We're just going to keep it simple. Unless we could do some tax loopholes. I mean, some tax loopholes. If you like, what's the word for it? Like if you raise your employees' salaries, I think that should be a tax write-off for business owners.
I agree. I agree 100%.
But
And
at
I
the
think
same
it's
time, I
easier
would
said
get rid
than
of a lot
done.
of them. I would get rid of a lot of the tax loopholes, but I would do a flat tax rate, but I would keep maybe two or three exemptions that can lower your taxes lower than that. But I would mostly do a flat rate, maybe like 15 or 20% or 25% max.
Well, it's like that's the thing, bro. Is at least here in New York State, I already pay around 35% of my weekly pay in taxes.
Yeah,
How much
that's a
more do
lot.
I gotta pay?
That's what I'm saying. That's already way too much. I mean,
Like, goddamn.
our founding fathers fought over a 2% T tax, and now we're just like, yeah, tax everyone at 70%. Fuck it.
It's like that shit would be fine with me if that shit was like incorporated for every single person here in America. It's just not. And when I'm sitting here seeing illegal immigrants getting shipped to New York, given Hilton hotel rooms, and getting monetary payments from my government that I pay taxes to, and they don't. It's like, what the fuck are we doing?
I agree 100%.
You
Well,
know,
go ahead. What I was gonna say was I'm about to wrap it up. I'll probably hop off in a minute or two after I watch. I'll hop out of the call in a minute or two, and then I'll watch a YouTube video for a couple minutes on stream and call it a night.
yes, sir. And don't make me think I'm keeping you.
All
Do
right,
you?
man. It's getting pretty late here. I'll see you tomorrow, though. I hope to see you in the Discord because we've been getting some new
Hey, you
members.
know you will.
All
Much
right,
love.
brother. Much love, man. Peace. We'll stream for a couple minutes here, and then we'll hop off. Listen, y'all might as well like and subscribe. I know you guys have been watching. We reached over 300 likes, so y'all might as well just get those likes way, way, way up there. Make sure you're liking and subscribing and sharing this video out. I think this was a pretty good stream tonight. I'm surprised y'all haven't shown more love with the super chat questions or comments. Let's see. Oh, he's messaging me something. Let's just watch some
It's
of
supposed to
this.
be the first stage.
That was a pretty good debate. We've been going for almost 5 hours, so we might as well hit the 5 hour marker. We got 8, 9. We got 3 more. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate everyone out there. Get those likes up, guys. That was 5 hours of debating. How many people did we had? We had the first guy, then we had the first girl, then we had the second guy, then we had the third guy, then we had the fourth guy. We had 4 debates, 4 people on here for 5 hours. I thought that was pretty good, guys. 4 different debates, 5 hours. What Dems? The Dems are over? Yeah, I agree. That's pretty funny. Let me know. Did you guys like it? W in chat, L in chat. Let me know. Was it good? Was it bad? I'm also going to be getting a new webcam in about 6 more days. It should be here. And the new microphone. And a new microphone. But if anyone else wants to debate, hey, I appreciate that, Dan. Much love, man. Much love. Join the Discord if you guys are interested in debate. We got about another minute and a half, 2 minutes. We'll be on here, and then we'll hop off. I thought that was pretty good, though. Make sure you guys get those likes up. And don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed it. We got a good amount of subscribers today. We're on track for 38,000. You outside? No, I'm not outside. Why? You liked it? Cool, cool, cool. We didn't talk about anything gory, Celia. I'm trying to see what else you guys are trying to say in chat. Link doesn't work. There's a link in the bio as well. That should definitely work. I'll post the link again here in a second. Did I copy and paste it already? Oh, I didn't know. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I hope to have some of the other guests back on sometime. But if anyone out there wants to debate, you can join this link right here. I will debate about whatever you want. What's up? What's up? You can join the Discord. Is shade behind me? No, I'm not outside. No, this is inside. I'm honestly gonna do a green screen soon, guys. I'm gonna do a green screen by next week. By next weekend, we'll have a green screen. We'll have a new microphone and we'll have a new camera. So that's gonna be fantastic. All right, guys. I think we're out of here now. Have a good night, though.